groceries, or you're standing there at Walmart, what do people see? What do they see? Do they see an old grump? Do they see somebody whose temple is hidden because the self has come out? You know, we are lights in this world, and we're lights all over this world. We are God's Christmas lights all over this world. And we're not made to be beautiful, but we're made to shine. And there's one thing about it, every single one of us, if we're saved, we have the light, and we have got to get it out and let other people see it. You know, I want you to make a decision in your heart this morning. I don't want this to be just another conference that you're come to spend the day. It's time that we decide in our hearts that we're truly going to let this time with our Lord be the most important thing. You know, girls, if you've never read your Bible through, you better start. You better start. You need to read that Bible. You need to learn to know Jesus. You know, everybody says, I can't wait till I get to heaven. Well, good grief, y'all, he lives in your heart. Why in the world are you so excited about getting to heaven and you see Jesus? Because he's right here. And he said, I will never leave you nor forsake you. And I love that because it reads the same way backwards. You forsake, nor you leave. Never will I. That's not a mistake. God's there to stay, girls. You might as well get used to him being there. And you better start listening to what he's saying. Let's make a difference. If Jesus could take 12 and turn the world upside down, look at all of us women here today. Where can I make a difference? Where can you make a difference? You can make a difference in your home. You can start there by allowing God to get here, for you to spend time with him and get the joy. Not the happiness, the joy. The joy is what we need. It's Jesus, others, and you. Put that servant mind like Christ, and let's do more for Jesus than we've ever done. Let's pray. Lord, we're so thankful that you made us and that you came to live inside and that you made a temple out of every single one of us. Lord, we don't understand that, nor do we deserve it. God, I want to thank you for it. God, help us all to be different. Help us to want to spend time with you. Oh, God, you're bigger, you're better, you're amazing. Oh, God, help us to trust you today. And remember that everybody looks at us. We want them to see you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Sandy. I pray that we can look over our notes and reflect on that a little more. We're just about to start some music, and we're going to transition to our little breakout session. So we're in breakout session 1, if you'll take a look at that. We're going to start that at 11:35, and just a note for the breakout speakers, we're still going to end at 12:15. So there's a 5, so that's... there we're going to shave off just a little bit of that time. Right after that is the snack time, and we also have a photo booth set up, so just here and there during those little break times and during lunch and that kind of thing, you can snap some pictures up here, and you can use these photo props. If you'll look on breakout session 3, there is a session called Beauty from Ashes, and that says Joy Sanko, and there was a little bit of a typo, so it is in English. So no, there's nothing going to be in Spanish today. So you're dismissed. There will be greeters in the main foyer area so that if you need help learning about what a session might be, but hopefully you can just make your way there.
We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed. In a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump. For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. So when this corruptible shall have put on incorruption, and this mortal shall have put on immortality, then shall be brought to pass the saying that is written, Death is swallowed up in victory. O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? The sting of death is sin, and the strength of sin is the law. But thanks be to God, which giveth us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ. It is not death to die, to leave this weary road, and join the saints who dwell on high, who found their home with God. It is not death to close the eyes long dimmed by tears, and wake in joy before your throne, delivered from our fears. Oh, Jesus, conquering the grave, your precious blood has power to save those who trust in you. Within your mercy find that it is not death to die. It is not death to flee aside this earthly dust, and rise with strong and noble wing to live among the just. It is not death to hear the key unlock the door that sets us free from mortal years to praise you evermore. Oh, Jesus, conquering the grave, your precious blood has power to save those who trust in you. Within your mercy find that it is not death to die. Jesus, conquering the grave, your precious blood has power to save those who trust in you. Within your mercy find that it is not death to die. 1 Corinthians 15, verse 51 to 57. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed. In a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump. For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. So when this corruptible shall have put on incorruption, and this mortal shall have put on immortality, then shall be brought to pass the saying that is written, Death is swallowed up in victory. O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? The sting of death is sin, and the strength of sin is the law. But thanks be to God, which giveth us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ. It is not death to die, to leave this weary road, and join the saints who dwell on high, who found their home with God. It is not death to close
Okay, ladies, if you guys could just kind of scoot up to the front, that would be, you don't have to be right on the front row, don't worry, but if you could scoot up a little bit, what's going to happen is when we transition chairs back for meals, we're going to pull off the back rows. So if you guys could just kind of just scoot up it, just a few rows will be great. Don't worry, you don't have to come sit on the stage with me. And then, Stephanie, could you go back and listen to me as I talk to make sure that we're not interrupting the session in the back? Thank you. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get started, and ladies can just come in as they're able to. My name is Kelly Canfield, and I co-here at Vision Baptist Church. My husband is one of the assistant pastors, and my topic for you today is turning your obstacles into opportunities. And I think I'm going to take this off because I don't like it right in my face. Okay, so we're going to talk about turning our obstacles into opportunities. And our key passage, and don't worry, we won't read it all because it's Genesis chapters 37 through 50. We're going to talk a little bit about the life of Joseph. Just to give you some background about myself, a few years back, probably about 5 or so years ago, I started noticing a very disturbing muscle weakness in my upper arms and my upper legs and into my hips and everything like that. And so we started a whole medical diagnosis journey. And ultimately, over a few years' time, you're going to come sit up here with me, or are you going to sit down there? Over a few years' time, we noticed, we got a diagnosis of a form of muscular dystrophy called Pompe disease. And it's a terminal illness. There's no cure for it. There is a treatment, though. What happens is I lack a certain enzyme in my body that breaks down something called glycogen, which is what our body turns to the gasoline of our body to power our bodies. And so I don't break that down, and so what happens, it just gets stored in my cells until it ruptures my cells, and then it kills the muscles where the cells rupture. And so it's terminal. There's no cure for it, but the treatment is actually they have synthesized that particular enzyme, and so I get an infusion by IV every 2 weeks, and that kind of helps slow down the progress of the disease. But it will be something that I'll battle for the rest of my life, and I've got good days, and I have not so good days, and I'm sure you guys have struggles and obstacles in your life where you find that you have good days and not so good days. The bad news of all of this is that we live in a broken world. It's just the curse of sin in our lives, and as a result, we will have obstacles. Not living in a perfect world, we can't have a perfect life, so we'll have struggles and obstacles, and that's just the burden of the broken world we live in. And my struggle might be one thing, and you might have a totally different struggle, and that doesn't negate your struggle. You have obstacles, and so we all face obstacles. The issue behind it, though, is how do we respond to those obstacles that we face? You will have obstacles in your life. You'll have obstacles as you minister to other ladies. You will have obstacles in your family, in your relationships. But if you learn to respond the right way to those obstacles, you'll find that you can profit from those obstacles. If you respond in the wrong way, conversely, you might end up paying a big price. So let's talk about some of these things. So we're going to face hardships. We're going to face losses. We're going to face painful circumstances. That's just an integral part of our lives, being that we live in a broken world. But in those obstacles, in those hardships, we're given many wonderful opportunities. We're given opportunities to know God's grace in a way that we wouldn't have known it before, to see his power on display like we would never have seen his power before, and to know his faithfulness in a way that we would have never known before. But too often in my case, and I think you might find this to be true in your own life, in my case, too often I fail to view that suffering or those obstacles with an eternal perspective. And our Heavenly Father always has a purpose for the adversity in our lives, and we can profit from it if we respond correctly. So something that I want you to take home from this, if there's one sentence that you take home from this, is I want you to understand that in every obstacle, you have an opportunity. You have an opportunity to see God like never before and to respond to God like never before. So let's talk about Joseph, because honestly, I could speak to you from my life, but my life, it's just my life. I'm a broken person too, just like everyone else here. So let's look to the Bible and let's look to the examples that God gives us about how his people, men of God, how people in the Bible, how Joseph specifically responded to obstacles in his life. He had seven major obstacles in his life. From the time he was a young boy, he knew the bitter taste of adversity. However, each trial he encountered prepared him for God's ultimate purpose in his life. So let's look at number one. The first obstacle Joseph faced was being hated. And if you look through Genesis chapter 37 through 50, that phrase comes up 3 times pretty much, that his brothers hated him because he was Jacob's favorite son. They ridiculed him, they rejected him, and Joseph kind of made it worse for his own situation when he told them about his dream that one day they would bow down to him. I don't know how you all feel with your siblings, but if my younger sister ever came to me and said, one day you will be my servant, I would just be like, no way, that's not happening. Joseph had to learn, his adversity was that he was hated by his family. And I don't know what your family dynamics are, but I'm pretty certain with the crowd of ladies that we have here, you've probably got some turmoil in your family, some family issues to deal with. And so Joseph was hated by his brothers and sisters, but he learned how to live with ridicule, and he learned how to live with mistreatment without growing bitter or resentful or hostile toward his family. And he learned to, and that served him well, because in just a few short years or so, he's going to end up being sold as a slave in Egypt. And so learning how to deal with mistreatment by his family without being bitter or angry or hostile actually served him well. So he was able to turn his obstacle into an opportunity. The next misfortune was still at the hands of his family. His brothers threw him in a pit, and he was helpless. But he could remember God's promise that one day his brothers would kneel before him. So obviously that meant that he wasn't going to die, that God was still going to take care of him, because God's given him a dream and a promise. So he could remember that, and he could learn that God, in all of this, he could learn that God was completely trustworthy. And ladies, you will face many situations where you will feel completely out of control. You will feel, let me turn a page. You will be completely and utterly helpless. And it's in those times that you can learn to remember to trust God's faithfulness and to remember that he is completely trustworthy. The next obstacle is that he was sold into Egypt as a slave. He could have rebelled against his captors. He could have figured out a way to escape and run for the border. But instead, he took advantage of the chance to learn about Egyptian culture and language. And that was simply him trusting that God had a purpose for allowing that hardship. You have struggles in your life, and I can't really tell you why God would have given you your struggle. I can't tell you why God would have allowed me to inherit a genetic disease that will ultimately kill me. And so I can't tell you why, and I can't tell you why I've got to face all those struggles. But I can trust that God has a purpose. And Joseph here, he was trusting that God had a purpose for allowing this hardship in his life. You will be in situations, ladies, where you're not going to know the why, and you're not going to know the purpose, but you can still trust that God has a purpose, and you could trust that he can use that adversity in your life as a means to bring himself glory, as a means for him to be lifted up, and as a means for him to draw others to himself through the example of your trusting in him in your adversity. Number 4, he leveraged his fourth setback. He was sold to Pharaoh's chief bodyguard, Potiphar. And when he was here, it was here where he learned how to run an Egyptian household. And this is obviously going to be key because this is obviously going to be key because he's going to eventually run the country, right? He's going to be second in command to Pharaoh himself. So this is an excellent chance for him to have turned his obstacle into an opportunity to serve the Lord. So he learned how to manage a large, prosperous household, and that was preparing him for the day that he would run the entire country. So if there's something that I can encourage you in this example, is don't run from those smaller obstacles that you face in your life. It's real easy to see a difficulty and to want to try to figure out a way to get around it or to get over it or to get through it without dealing with it. And there might be times that God allows an opportunity for escape out of it. And there might be times that he doesn't. But don't run from those smaller difficulties, because those smaller difficulties might very well be the things that God is using to prepare you for something else that might be coming down the road. So look at those opportunities as ways to say, okay, God, I don't know what you're doing in my life with this, and I don't really like it. And I think it's okay to tell God that. I mean, I think he understands that he made us, and he understands the feelings of our infirmities. So I think he wants us to come to them with this stuff. And I have told him before, and I'm not really a big fan of what he's done in my life sometimes, but at the same time I say, okay, God, this is not comfortable for me. This is not something that I would prefer to have happen in my life. But I know that you have a purpose, and I know that you're using it to prepare me for something greater. I know that you're using it for your glory, and so I will learn to trust you in this, and I will work through it, and with your help, I'll learn to be able to be prepared for something else down the road. Number 5. His 5th challenge happened when Potiphar's wife came along and tried to seduce him. He had some choices. He knew that he could give in to the temptation, but that would mean that he would be disloyal to Potiphar and unfaithful to God. So he successfully resisted her. He did the right thing, and it meant that he was wrongfully thrown into prison. But through that crisis in his life, Joseph discovered that God was there to help him resist his temptation. And he was there to help see that with God's help, he would have a depth of devotion to God that he could successfully resist the temptation that would be thrown his way. Number 6, Joseph, his refusal to yield to Potiphar's wife and to give in, it kind of brought on prison, and that's his 6th misfortune, prison. And in prison, even though he was wrongfully there and he had no business being there, he was obedient to the authority figures over him, and he learned how to treat others with kindness. He had the baker and the butler, and he interpreted their dreams, and he was kind about it, and he asked that they remember him, and the one totally forgot about him, and still he responded well in all of this. One of the most difficult things I think that we ladies will have to deal with is to learn how to bless those people who curse us. Bless those people who wrongfully use us, despitefully use us, who do wrong to us. As we minister to each other, there will come times where we will be hurt. It's just an unfortunate result of living in a broken world. There will be hurt and pain, and some of it will be at the hands of our very own sisters in Christ, our very own friends who we thought would never betray us or hurt us or do this to us. And those times are going to be super difficult for us, and that'll be one of the most difficult things to learn to do, is to bless those ladies and still love those ladies and be kind to those ladies even in the midst of being hurt. But we do need to learn to forgive, and that's something that we look to Christ as the example. God, for Christ's sake, forgave us, even when we were at war with him, even when we had no business, even for God to, when it didn't even matter whether God, even when we didn't deserve for God, and we don't deserve, but even when we were at war in open rebellion against God, he still loved us and forgave us. And for Christ's sake, he did that. And so for Christ's sake, we could do the same with those ladies in our lives that that hurt us and mistreat us. We can do it because that would be what God would have us to do. Joseph's final trial that I want to touch on came when Pharaoh asked Joseph to interpret a dream. Joseph had to explain that famine was coming after 7 years of abundant bounty. I don't know about you, but if I was standing before the great ruler of this nation and I had to tell him that he's going to, I just don't know how comfortable I would be with telling that man that he was going to have 7 years of nothing. I mean, that anything could have happened to Joseph at that point, but he was faithful. And he advised Pharaoh to store food in those abundant years. And so in response, Pharaoh promoted him to second in command, and he placed Joseph in charge of administering the food storage. And so let me ask you this question. Why was Joseph ready for such a responsibility? It was because he had taken all of those previous obstacles in his life and had used them as an opportunity to develop himself into a wiser, godlier person. And the Lord wants us to use obstacles in our lives. He wants to use them in ourselves to strengthen our relationship with Him and to prepare us also for the challenges that will lie ahead in our lives. And for the sake of not sounding like, I know right now the way that I talked about this, because I was just trying to breeze through it a little quickly, it sounded like Joseph did a lot of this stuff in his own power, and he didn't. And we can't do any of that. We cannot turn our obstacles into opportunities in our own power as well. We do need God's help. And so it helps me to have a practical kind of how-to thing. And so I want to finish off with some things that you can do practically, have God help you do practically in order to be able to turn your obstacles, your difficulties, your struggles into opportunities for God's glory. And the biggest thing that has helped me in my own life is honestly taking time to hide God's word in my heart. And if I could just have a little caveat to really talk about what that means, I'd like to take that, because it is super important to be storing God's word, not just in your head, like not just like memorizing words on a piece of paper, but actually storing it and hiding it in your heart. And that's where, and what that means is that's where God will actually be able to take that and let it take root and change your life and to change things about you. So take the time to store God's word in your heart. That has been, honestly, in my struggle with this illness, that has been the biggest thing that has helped me, is hiding God's word in my heart. And so I really want to just take the time from now going through and just hit the key verses that have been a big help to me in my struggles and how God has really helped me turn some things. I'm not there yet. I haven't arrived. I still have major struggles. But these are some things that God is helping me with. And if I could share them with you and be a blessing to you in it, I would love to take that opportunity. The first thing that I'd like to encourage you to do is trust that God is working everything in your life for your good. And the verse that I hid in my heart about that is Romans 8:28. And I know that is a cliche verse, and that's the last verse that you want to hear when you're going through a struggle, when a sister comes to, well, sweetie, God's going to work that out for good. Just bless your heart. God's going to take care of it and work it for good. When you're in the middle of mess, I get it. That's the last verse that you want someone to say to you. So that's why right now, when you're not in your struggle, take the time and hide that in your heart and really learn to trust and believe it, that we know all things work together for good to them that love God and who are called according to His purpose. If you're saved, you love God and you're called according to His purpose. So take the time to hide that in your heart so that when you're in your mess, the Holy Spirit can bring it to your mind. Another one, believe that your Heavenly Father is in control of everything. It's easy to believe in God's sovereignty and that He can control everything and work everything for our good when things are good. It's harder to retain that hope when we're in the midst of suffering. And so Jeremiah 29:11 is the verse that I hid in my heart about this. God says, I know the thoughts I think toward you. He thinks thoughts of peace toward us and not of evil, and He wants to give us an expected end. And do you know what our expected end is? If we are saved, if we are His children, our expected end is a home in heaven with him. And so learn to look at your struggles through that eternal perspective. Things might be messy down here, but our expected end is perfection and 100% peace with our Father in heaven. And that's just a wonderful verse that helped me. I also need to accept that God's ways are higher than my ways. And that's Isaiah 55, 8 through 9. He says, my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways. As the heavens are higher than the earth, my ways are higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. If there's something I can encourage you in your struggle, don't lose heart by asking why. Learn to trust God's intimate involvement in your life. And let me say this, okay, I get it. I understand that many times we seek to know the why. I have sought many times to know the why in my own struggles. And I think that, and I know that God is okay with that. He's okay with us coming to him. I mean, my daughters come to me and they might not understand something and they're really just seeking for an opportunity to understand. And there have been times that I've gone to God and asked him why, not in a, well, let me explain that further. If you do ask God why, let me encourage you to check your motives and your reasonings for asking God why. Sometimes when we look at our struggles, we're actually wanting to know why so that we could kind of justify in our own mind whatever suffering is in our way or whatever obstacle is coming. And so many times our motives for wanting to know the why are actually wanting to know reasons. We're actually drawing God into a court of our judgment and asking him to justify himself and to let us decide if we want to accept his reasons. And so I want to encourage you, when you're going through those struggles and you're wanting to ask God why, I think he wants you to come to him with everything, with all of your struggles. So I'm not saying don't ask him why, but I am asking you to consider, what are my reasons behind asking him why? Many times we're not going to know the why for whatever struggle we have coming our way. But we can trust that God, even if he doesn't reveal the why to us, that he has our best interest at heart, and that he wants to walk with us through things, and he grieves with us and mourns with us, and he wants to be there for us. And so we can understand that his ways are higher than our ways, and we can learn to trust him and not try to bring him into our court of judgment and weigh his reasons against our own reasons. The fourth thing that I try to do is I try to refuse to make quick judgments in the midst of a crisis. So I'm trying to learn, and God's trying to teach me, that instead of asking why, I should probably be asking more often what. Instead of saying, God, why are you doing this in my life? A lot of times I don't do it often, but I try to say instead, God, what are you doing in my life? What are you seeking to accomplish in this struggle, in this difficulty? Instead of, why did you give this to me, God? I can't deal with this. What do you want to do with this, God? How do I need to respond to this? Philippians 1:6 helps me in that. Being confident of this very thing, that he, God, which has begun a good work in you, will perform it until the day of Jesus Christ. And so he's begun a good work in me. I know that. I can be confident in that. And I might not get it. I might not understand why this is a good work, but he's performing it, and he'll accomplish it. And I can rest in that, and I can trust in that. And so then it helps me after that to focus on the Father, to focus on Jesus instead of the crisis. And Isaiah 26:3 helps me with this. Isaiah 26:3, thou, the Lord, thou wilt keep him in perfect peace whose mind is stayed on thee, because he trusteth in thee. So as I keep my mind on him and not on my circumstances, then I can learn to trust Jesus, and my mind can be at peace even in the midst of a storm. I need to learn to avoid dwelling on the pain. There will be many things that come in my life and hurt me physically, emotionally, spiritually. There'll be many things that happen, but if I dwell on the pain, if I focus on how I've been wronged and how I've been hurt and how this is just not right, that's not what God would have me to do. So I need to avoid dwelling on the pain. And so 2 verses help me with this. Exodus 15:2, the Lord is my strength and song. He is become my salvation. He is my God, and I will prepare him a habitation, my father's God, and I will exalt him. So if I'm spending my time preparing him a habitation, if I'm spending my time exalting him and singing about him, if he is becoming my song, I can't really be focusing on all the wrong that's done to me or all of the sickness I deal with or all of the loss. Another one, Psalm 28:7. The Lord is my strength and my shield. My heart trusted in him, and I am helped. Therefore my heart greatly rejoiceth, and with my song I will praise him. Something I love about the Psalms is a lot of times you'll find a psalm where David starts off and he's discouraged and distressed and he's focusing on all the wrong. But then by the end of the song, you find him encouraged. And what's happened in the middle to move him from discouragement to encouragement? He's focused on God, and he's praised God, and he's sought to say, God, you are my buckler, my shield, my strength, my song. He just praises God, and that lifts him up out of that discouragement. Another thing I do or try to do is recall the past obstacles, the things in my life, the past struggles that have happened, and the opportunities that came as a result. How God showed himself strong in a previous obstacle, how God glorified himself. And you could see that in 2 Corinthians 1:4. He comforts us in all our tribulation, that we may be able to comfort them which are in any trouble by the comfort wherewith we are comforted of God. So all that's saying is that we can take our past struggles and we can use them to encourage and to help others that are going through similar circumstances. In your difficulties, you're probably going to get angry, and that's okay to get angry. I think that God understands our emotions. So I'm not saying you can't get angry and you just got to suck it up and deal with it. You're going to have emotions to deal with, and that's okay. But we can't hold on to our anger, ladies. We can't hold on to that hurt, because that's a prime soil for a root of bitterness to develop. So learn to let go of your anger immediately. Ephesians 4:26 tells us that we can be angry and sin not, and that we're not to let the sun go down on our wrath. So don't hold on to your anger. Submit yourself to God's will. James 4:6-10 talks about how that he gives grace, but that he gives grace to the humble and not to the proud. And so we need to draw nigh to God, and he'll draw nigh to us. James 4:6-10 have been a super excellent passage for me. Next in line, number 10. There's quite a few, I apologize, but we'll get through them quickly. Number 10, develop a spirit of gratitude. And we know one of the will of God verses is what? In everything give thanks. And so that's 1 Corinthians 5:18. So develop a spirit of gratitude. Even in the darkest valley, I can know that God has good plans for my life. Even in a terminal illness, I know that God has good plans for my life. And that can be a powerful motivator for thankfulness. And in your life, know that God has good plans for your life. The Bible talks about, will an earthly father have a son that comes to him and says that he's hungry and wants bread, and the father's going to give him a stone, or ask for a fish and the father's going to give him a snake? And then Jesus says, no, that's not going to happen. And how much better to us is our Heavenly Father than an earthly father is to us. And so he has good plans for your life, ladies. Trust that. Next, determine in your heart before the trial comes that you're going to view whatever trials and struggles come your way as a chance to see God at work. James 1:3-7 helps me here. We need to choose to approach our situations with a hope that God's going to work, and with a desire to learn what he would have us to learn in that situation. James 1:3-7, knowing this, that means we can be confident that the trying of our faith works patience. And that patience there means endurance. The trying of our faith worketh patience. And then we're supposed to let patience do her work. Let endurance do the work in our lives. Let patience have her perfect work. Why? So that ye may be perfect and entire, wanting nothing, lacking nothing. So these trials can come our way to work endurance in our lives, to teach us and to help us to not be lacking anything. So there's purpose behind our trials. The next, you need to learn to refuse to listen to unscriptural interpretations of your situation. I'm sure some of you have probably had this happen in your life where you're going through a circumstance and someone tries to very good-heartedly come and give you advice, and it's not biblical advice, and it's not something that's really going to help you spiritually. And so when that happens, smile and be kind and be nice, but just chuck that out of your heart, because you don't need anything unbiblical or unscriptural. You're going to have a big enough battle in your own heart, in your own mind, so learn to refuse to listen to unscriptural interpretations of your situation. Learn to ask God how you're to respond. Learn to trust in His Word to show you how to respond. We've gone through multiple verses just now to show you ways that you can respond and think about the difficult things in your life. Proverbs 3:5-6 helps me in this one. Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not into thine own lean not into thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge Him, and He shall direct thy paths. Next one, remain constant in prayer and listen for the Father's instructions. God will often use your hardship to draw you closer to Him. Oftentimes, pain, trials, and suffering are used by God to develop a more intimate relationship between you and Him. And so 1 Peter 5:7 helps me with this, casting all your care upon Him, for He careth for you. And Philippians 4:6, be careful for nothing, don't worry about anything, but in everything by prayer and supplication with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known unto God. He wants you to come to Him. He wants to be your Abba Father, your daddy, the person that you would run to and crawl in His arms. When my daughters get hurt, they really do just love to crawl up in my arms or into Robert's arm, and they just want comfort. And that's what God wants from us. He wants us to run to Him and cast everything on Him. And He's told us that His yoke is easy, His burden is light. He will give you something lighter than what you're carrying if you'll only give your burden to Him. He wants that. Next in line, if you're going to be remaining constant in prayer, you got to try not to give in to fluctuating emotions. And I know that's so hard. I mean, 1 minute you're up and you're down. I get it. And it's funny, one of my aunts growing up, she said, Kelly, I think the only emotion that you know how to really show is anger. Because like being aggravated. So I don't struggle so much with the be weepy kind of thing. I really struggle with getting aggravated or getting frustrated. And I'm just up and down all over the board on that. And so I have to try to learn not to give in to those fluctuating emotions. God gave us emotions, ladies, so they're good. And He gave us food, and food is good. But obviously, if I choose the double cheeseburger over the salad every meal of the day for the rest of my life, eventually there's going to be some ramifications that are not going to be, I'm just not going to like, right? So while food is good and it's a wonderful gift God gave us, and the desire to eat is a wonderful gift, a lot of times I can abuse that. In the same vein, our emotions are good. God gave them to us. They're a gift to us. But many times our emotions like to rear up their ugly head and raise their fist and say, I'm running the show and you're just going to follow me. And so you can learn. I could teach you a whole lesson about that as well. Learning to control how the Bible would tell you to control your emotions. You can tell your emotions what to do. So learn not to give in to your fluctuating emotions. Something that helps me here is Proverbs 16:32. He that's slow to anger, and I told you I deal with frustration and aggravation and anger more than I deal with being sad about things. So this helps me. He that is slow to anger is better than the mighty, and he that ruleth his spirit than he that taketh a city. So this proverb is saying here, if I can learn by God's help to control my emotions, I'm stronger than the generals that go out and sack cities. And so learn with God's help, to control those fluctuating emotions in your heart. Another thing that helps me is Philippians 4:7. And the peace of God, which passeth all understanding, shall keep your hearts and minds through Christ Jesus. A big thing that I've had to learn to deal with in this illness is that I can't rely on other people to fill my needs. God alone has to be my sufficiency. I've got to get to a point where I don't need my husband or my mom or my family or my wonderful mother-in-law or anyone else, that God has to be my sufficiency. And don't get me wrong, it's a very good thing that we have each other, and in a sense, we do need each other. And I'm going to be finished after this, and if you guys want the rest of the notes, I can get your email address or whatever and email them to you, but I see people coming down. God alone, though, wants to be our sufficiency. We have to get to a point in our lives, ladies, that if everything else was kicked out from under us and all we had left was Christ, that would be enough. And if you're not to that point, and I don't think any of us are fully to that point, but God wants to be your all in all. And he will lovingly help move you in paths to help teach you to trust in him and rely on him. In this illness, something I've learned, my husband's wonderful, and he is a huge help to me, and he's a huge encouragement. And my church family, I could talk for hours on all the wonderful things they do to help walk with me through my illness. But there is a portion of this illness that I do walk alone. Not really alone because Jesus is there. But there's a portion of this illness that my husband cannot walk with me in. There's a portion that my church family, that nobody can walk with me in. And I have to learn to depend on him. If there's something I can encourage you with in your struggles, find that you will see that path where there'll be part where nobody's going to get it. Nobody's going to understand what's going on. But he does. He gets it. He knows. And he wants to be there for you. So let me encourage you. Learn to rely on him and don't rely on others to fill your needs. I have a few others, and I'd love to get them to you, but I also want to get you to your other sessions. Thank you for your time. And I do hope that if this can be an encouragement to you, I really just wanted to pump you full of God's word. Because what I say doesn't matter, but what God says is really what's going to change your situations and your hearts. Let's pray. Dear Jesus, thank you for our time together. God, thank you for your word. Thank you that you love us and you want us to draw up close to you. God, I pray that you would help us in our struggles and our obstacles. Teach us how to turn them into opportunities for you. In Jesus' name, amen.
just about 10 minutes until our next session. Can you guys hear me? So you can be thinking about which session you want to go to. You can finish up with your drinks. If you still want your water or whatever in your class, feel free to just take it with you. But in here in the main auditorium is cake decorating. That's also who provided our jumbo cupcakes we'll have later, and you will be very happy that she's doing that. And then we have the Heart of Hospitality, and that's in the back corner. And we have Design on a Dime with Mary Angela, and that's in the Spanish auditorium up top. And then Technology and Your Children is in the Children's Church room with Mindy Bush. So we'd like to start right at 12:45, so if you could make your way to those classes, that would be awesome.
test. Emma, 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 Emma. test.
If you're in this cake decorating class, I think it would benefit if you got up really close because you can see all the details. So I think the first 3 rows would be great. And we're going to be moving the back anyway, so that'd be awesome.
Having no hope and without God in the world. But now, in Christ Jesus, ye who sometime were far off were made nigh by the blood of Christ. For he is our peace, who hath made both one, and hath broken down the middle wall of partition between us. Alas, indeed, my Savior plead, and did my sovereign die? Would he
Now, there we go. Awesome, thank you. I am Andrea Gardner. I am Austin Gardner's daughter-in-law, if anybody wants to have any references to who in the world I am. But I started making cakes 3 years ago, kind of out of accident. One of my friends, her baker canceled on them a week before their wedding, and she had seen me just mess around with some cupcakes for baby showers and stuff, and she came to me and said, "You're going to bake my wedding cake," 1 week before her wedding. And I've never made a stacked cake or anything like that before, ever. So needless to say, I was quite scared. But I pulled it off, and it was definitely the worst cake I've ever made. It's embarrassing to look at now. But anyway, from that point on, I just got really interested in baking, and it's just an artistic way of expressing yourself, I guess, and it just was really fun to me. So I've been doing it now for 3 years. I do it out of my home, and I've gone from being scared to cover a cake with fondant to making yama cakes. So I feel like I've come a long way. I still have a long way to go, but it's fun to do. So my husband bought me a t-shirt a few months ago that says, I make cake into art, what's your superpower? And I wish that was true, because I wish I had a superpower. But honestly, to make cakes like I make, you don't have to have a superpower. I think the only superpower you might have to do it is patience. That might have to be your superpower, but that's like a Christian thing we're supposed to have anyway. So maybe everybody should take up cake decorating so they can learn patience. I don't know. But anyway, today I wanted to kind of review what we talked about last year, which is the basics of stacking and filling. And then we're going to go on to the next step, which would be covering and fondant. And a trend that's been probably my most popular request, except for Frozen, you know, the Elsa, that Disney movie, is ruffles. Ruffles. Everybody wants ruffles on everything. So we're going to do 4 kinds of ruffles. And the reason I love ruffles is because they're easy and you can not mess them up. If you break the ruffle, it looks better. It looks more rustic. I don't know. But let's start by reviewing how to begin your cake decorating. Everybody knows how to bake a layer of cake, right? Well, it's pretty easy. You know, flour, sugar, baking soda, all that stuff. Pop it in the oven, put it in your round pan. Make sure it rises up about 1.5 inches. Pull it out. You can bake your cakes as many layers as you want, but I prefer to make my cakes 3 layers. And I get precise about it because I want all my cakes to be the same exact height, especially when I'm stacking. So I will level them off to 1.25 inches, and I have a nifty little gadget that I bought at Michael's that will just shave it right off. I showed it to you guys last year, but it's like $10. It's definitely worth buying. Make the buttercream, put some in there, smooth it out, put another layer of cake, put some more buttercream, 3rd layer of cake, and then you have your cake. And then you coat it and make it as smooth as you can. And then we come to the next step, which most people do not know how to do, which is covering it in fondant. So here's the cake. All these cakes, these 2 cakes are covered in fondant. A lot of people don't like fondant, but for me it's just a really nice medium to decorate with, and you can just peel it off. I'd say put a good layer of buttercream in the inside of it, and when people eat it, they just don't eat that if you don't prefer it. And you cannot beat the look of a fondant cake. It's just really smooth and nice. So today, we're going to start off by covering a cake in fondant. And hopefully, honestly, this is like the most stressful thing I ever did with cake. That first cake I made, I covered it 5 times. And it kept ripping and ripping, and I was crying before the night was over because it was the most frustrating thing. But if you know a few tips, it's not that bad. So the first thing I wanted to show you guys, and this is probably more of a tool if you're going to do it a lot, it's called the mat. And this is really a neat thing for rolling out fondant, number 1, because you don't have to do it on your countertop. And sometimes your countertop has some gooey stuff, stuck in the corner, and if you guys have ever worked with fondant, it picks up everything, every little lint, everything. So this is it's just a food-safe plastic mat. You would have to order it online because I don't think you're going to find it at Michael's or something like that. It's called the mat, and all you do, where to put this side, you take one side, and I usually cover it with cornstarch so my fondant will not stick. And I like this little powdered sugar thing, or you could do it with your hand too, no big deal. And let's talk about types of fondant here. I have the kind I buy for my business because it's just cheaper, and I use probably 3 to 4 of these buckets a month. So I just buy it like this. It's cheaper for me, but I'm definitely a fan of what you can buy at Michael's or Joann's, the Wilton. They've improved the flavor, and it's pretty good, I think. So I would just buy that if I were you. Use your coupon too, and that makes a pretty good deal. So here I just have plain white fondant, and when you get it out of the thing, it's going to be kind of hard and cracky and, so you're going to need to revive it. Get rid of this bag. And this is where you're going to need a little bit of elbow grease. Muscle. Kind of just knead it like you would bread, and it will become smooth. This is probably going to be the hardest part of the demonstration, but it's definitely doable. Going to get a little bit more. And online you can also find amounts. Like if you say, hey, I have an 8-inch cake, I have no idea how much of this fondant to use. You can look online and there'll be charts to tell you how many ounces to use. We'll get rid of this. And today I'm just going to cover a cake dummy because honestly, I couldn't fit any more cakes in the fridge back there. So we're just going to use that, and I can reuse it for the next class. Paper towels. There they are. And I have to cover this cake dummy with Crisco because otherwise it would not stick. But if you were doing a real cake, you obviously would not do this because you do not want a Crisco covered cake. Yuck. But just imagine this is your cake that you've already filled and stacked. And the important thing when you're covering a cake with fondant is not to do that, number one. Don't throw it on the ground. Is to make sure your edges, or you can get it as smooth as possible. One of my favorite things I have now, I forgot to bring, of course, is called a cake scraper. It's like a bench scraper or a dough scraper, and you just smooth it along the edge, and it just smooths it right out, and you don't have to like fight it. It's awesome. All right, so now, and of course, if you don't want to buy one of these mats, you can definitely do this on a table. Definitely works. Okay, and then I'm just going to start rolling this out so I can get some traction on this table. I'm going to try to form a circle. Once I get a rough circle, I'm just going to start extending it. I have no traction on this table. It's some sort of a mat or something. Just keep extending it. And now I know my cake dummy, which is what you call those styrofoam thingies, is 8 inches. So I know that it's 8 inches across the top and 4 inches on each side. So who can do the math? How big should the circle of fondant be? If it's 4 inches tall and 8 inches wide, 12, there you go. You have to know a little bit of math to do cake decorating, but not too hard. So I'm just going to roll this out. I'm going to get it as thin as I can get it without seeing through it, about 1/4 inch. I might need to get somebody younger up here to do this for me. I'm going to hold on to it with my skirt. It keeps sliding. Just keep turning it to achieve a circle. And also, if you'd like to, I know this is hard to see because I'm on a table above you guys, but this is the cool thing about this mat too, is I can pick it up like this. But I know I mentioned this last year. I did not go to chef school, or culinary school, I guess it would be the correct term. But I was self-taught, or you could say that I learned everything I know online. But one of my favorite websites, which I mentioned last year, is called craftsy.com, craftsy.com, and they have classes to purchase about cake decorating. And they also have sewing and photography, like all kinds of stuff, which is a really cool website. And I told everybody last year, like one class is taught by a chef here in Atlanta. And you can actually purchase the same classes and go to his studio and learn what he teaches on Craftsy. So I pay like $30 for his course on Craftsy, but to go to his studio and learn, it's $800. Same exact content. So that website is definitely a deal and a half when it comes to learning cake decorating. Sorry guys, this is going to be the most boring part, I promise. Does take some elbow grease to get this stuff to roll out. And it's easier when your countertop's a little bit higher. All right, I kind of got a pretty big circle. What I'm going to do is take my ruler. Love these for cake decorating, which is a quilter's ruler, but you can see through it and you can see the lines. So if you want to cut something 1/4 inch, you can put it right on there and just cut it right off. So it's a great thing. So how many inches is it supposed to be? 12. Okay, that long. So I just kind of place it on the fondant, and that 12 inches where my finger is. I think I'm pretty good all around. I'm just going to go over it one more time to make sure I'm not super lumpy anywhere. You can kind of feel it. Now if you don't have a mat like this, you can use parchment paper, or you can just do it straight on your counter. Just make sure you put lots of cornstarch so it doesn't stick, because if it sticks, then that's a nightmare. If you were doing it without the mat, you would just kind of lift it up, put it on your arms like this, take it over to the cake, and lay it over. But this mat is so awesome because you can do this. This is the best part. You take off one side and it sticks to the other side. You can hold it up like this and it doesn't, well, that happens, but that's okay. And you could just look at the cake, say, oh, make sure I have enough on both sides. This table's killing me. You don't have to do that normally, but my thing is sliding. And I can see that I kind of overshot. So I can pick it back up and look, nope. I'm having a hard time with this table, you guys. Really hard time. Okay, that'll work. And you just kind of stretch it out, pull it off. Be a little gentle, but you don't, should be fine. And there, this is what you have. You can see it's a little short, this table, but it's always going to kind of stretch when you start. Now, what I do is I do my hand on the top like this, make sure it's smooth, and then I just start going around the edges. And it's just like extending the skirt. Oh, what I was going to say though, if you'd like to see this like more detailed, you can just go to craftsy.com and they have a free tutorial on how to cover a cake in fondant. And I'm short there. Of course, this is not going to work in front of you guys. You just keep going around and around and around and extending it like a skirt. And this does take practice. So definitely would practice this before I was going to do it for an event. So you just keep stretching it out gently, going down, going down. I got a little problem area here because it was too short. I will smush it together. Fondant's pretty easy to smooth together. You almost got it all the way around. Just keep stretching it out. Stretching it out, almost done. But you cannot be afraid of the cake. If you're afraid of the cake, it'll smell your fear, and it will definitely mess up. I'm telling you, it's the truth. Make the cake do what you want. You're in charge, not the cake. All right, you get it all the way down. Then you grab, these are very handy. You can get these at Michael's too, it's fondant smoother. Just start rubbing it. Go around the sides, all the way down. I'm gonna do this quick and rough so you guys can go into the next thing. If you see any bubbles, grab a push pin or whatever you have, get those out. I don't see any bubbles, but you could just put a little hole in there. Squeeze out the bubble, keep pushing it down. Okay, another thing I love, love, love for this are these two things. This is a clay wooden tool. You can find it also at Michael's in the clay section, and an X-Acto knife. If you're gonna do cake decorating, you've got to have an X-Acto knife, like you've got to have it. So I'll take this clay wooden tool on the curved edge, and I'm just gonna push it in. Push it in all the way around. And normally I would work on this for a few more minutes to make sure it's really smooth. But since we want to go on to other things, I'm not going to. All right, then you take your X-Acto knife and you just follow the line that you created with your clay tool. Go around and around. There you go, take off all the excess. Save that for later. And then you could take your smoother, smooth down where you just cut. And then I would take this and smooth it back again. All those rough edges. Kind of tuck them in. And I was a little short around the back because I couldn't, my dummy kept sliding, but there you go. That's all you have to do. It's not scary. You can do it. You don't have to have a superpower to do that. But definitely, I know a lot of people like to make their own fondant, and it does taste good, but a lot of times it's really sticky, really hard to work with, and when you do your cake, it starts to like crack, not as pretty, so I don't know. I just buy mine because it's just easier. Okay, so let's go on. Oh yeah, so now that I have a freshly covered cake, I wanted to show you guys something you have to do only on freshly covered cakes, which is this diamond effect. Now this looks really hard, right? Really hard. It's not really hard, it's really, really easy. This is called an impression mat. You cover your cake with fondant, take this. It's actually easier if you have a turntable. So I can find some space here. These you can also, not this exact one, but you can buy turntables at Michael's also, or Joann's. Put it all, just lay it down to the side, grab your same fondant smoother, and I would actually avoid holding the top of the cake with my hand. By the way, when you cover a cake with fondant, you want it to be cold, cold, cold. You want it fresh, like you want your buttercream like a rock. Otherwise, it's just going to smush all down. So all I'm going to do is go around. Then I just line up my diamonds that I can see. Go around. Line them up again. Just make sure it stays on the bottom of your table. Anyway, I won't do the whole thing. But y'all can see, that's all it is. And if you really want a nice defined line, you could grab one of these, which is called a Dresden tool. I also have Michael's. I have a fancy one here because I do this all the time. You could go back over it and define the lines. But you have to do this when you first put this fondant on, when it's fresh, and because if you let it sit for 20 minutes, it's going to get hard. And you define the lines. Really easy. There you go. And from there, you can grab some of these. I found these at TJ Maxx, but they have them at Michael's too. I just thought they were $3.99. Oh, thanks. And you just put a little water on there, which I have here, on the little dots. Grab some sugar pearls. They have these in all colors. I saw them the other day. I I was surprised because I used to have to go to specialty stores to get colors. Well, I don't know if I put water on that one. Just stick them in the, I didn't put water on those. Stick them in the, where the diamond joins. Anyway, I won't do all of them. But there you go. That's how you achieve that effect. And when it gets done, it's pretty stunning, I think, when it's all done. But it's super easy. You see how fast I just did that. So there you go. Impression mats, fondant covering. Okay, now let's go to ruffles. Yay, ruffles. I need room. I'm out of room. You should see my kitchen when I'm doing this. It is a disaster. Like if anybody comes over, I'm so embarrassed. Okay, so we can get rid of this mat. So we're done with it. Just stick it under here. Put this over here. All right, so ruffles. This kind of looks hard, right? Or this blue one. Does that kind of look hard to you guys? Or you guys are like, nah, it's easy, you can do that. I like ruffles because it looks very complicated, but it's not at all. So let's start with this blue one here. Where's my blue? So this is just fondant colored with food coloring. I personally really like the food color gel they sell at Hobby Lobby the best. I think they have the best colors and the best quality. Oh, by the way, you guys know to build your cake on these, right? Like, don't put it on a plate. Like when you stack your cake rounds, stack them on here. So you'll have a cake sitting on this, and then you'll put this on a plate, okay? I forgot to tell you guys that. All right, so let's move this so you can see what I'm doing. All right, so this is just fondant color blue, or you can also buy it in all kinds of colors. They have tons of colors. A lot of times I hear complaining that people can't get the color they want. It's too like cartoony looking a lot of times. So if you get a pink, like this would be a little bit, it's not bad, but I would rather tone it down a bit. You can add white to this, or you can add like a drop of brown, and it will take the tone down. And it's really nice, more natural looking color. And somebody asked me about red, how to get red icing, and I'm just going to throw that in there real quick. Definitely buy the super red from Hobby Lobby. And I know a lot of people complain that they keep putting more red, and it's just pink, and they don't know how to get the icing really red. So what I do is I color my icing to that pink color, and then I let it sit a few hours or overnight. Then I put a little bit more super red in there, and it turns red all of a sudden. I don't know, I guess the red has to saturate. I don't know. Okay, so we're gonna do first this rosette ruffle, which looks really hard, but it's not. All right, so I'm just gonna give it a little massage, break up those cracks. Now, if you're serious about cake decorating, you're gonna have one of these. But if you like pasta, if you like to make pasta too. But this is a pasta roller, and it fits into a KitchenAid. But you can also buy one that cranks. They're like $30. But you can also roll it out with a rolling pin. All works the same. This is just way quicker, and since I do this a lot, that's what I use. Just stick it in there. Let it run through. Done. Okay? Now what we have to achieve are some strips to make these rosettes. And if you're really serious about it, you got one of these too. That looks scary, right? I'm like, when my kids are bad, I'm like, don't mess with me. No, just kidding. But they sell another one. Wilton makes one that I saw on Amazon, which I have some papers for you guys to grab on your way out. I've referenced the Amazon link so you can buy one, but it's like a painter roller, and you can just, and it does the same thing. I just don't happen to have one of those, otherwise I would show that to you. But it does the same thing. It's just not scary looking like this. So you can make these any width you want. I'm going to make mine kind of small. And I'm just going to make my strips. You can also do this with a ruler. and an X-Acto knife. Same thing, just takes longer. But I'm all about trying to figure out the quickest way to do stuff. I already don't sleep very much, so gotta figure stuff like that out. Okay, so you're just gonna make equal strips like this. That's not too hard, right? Just strip a fondant. And then you're gonna get something like this. It's just like a foamy pad that they have also in the cake decorating section at, oh my goodness, what time am I supposed to quit? What time am I supposed to be done, Callie? 1:25? Okay, all right, I need to hurry. All right, I have a bigger one because I do this a lot. We're gonna have to hurry. Taking way too long. And I'm gonna grab, if I can find it, my Dresden tool again. They have a big end and a short end. And I'm just gonna drag the fondant down like this. Okay, anybody want to come do this for me? Any volunteer? I know Charlotte wants to. It's real easy. Don't be scared. I'm going to go on to the next thing because I don't have time. I have a lot more to show you guys. Just pull it down like this.
All the way?
Mm-hmm.
All of them?
We'll just do as much as we have time to do. It won't. There you go. Perfect. Okay. So let's talk about this real quick while she's doing that, because I didn't know we were out of time. Petal ruffle cake. All right. This looks really complicated too, but it's not. I have a little bit of an ombre effect, and to achieve ombre, you make your darkest color, and you keep adding white. Add a little bit of white, add a little bit more white, and that way you have an even tone of colors. Let me grab some pink while she does that for me. I'm going to run it through here again. And have all this illustrated in my papers just in case you don't catch it. All right, so I forgot my cutter at home, so I had to stop at Michael's and buy this one. Pretty similar, except for it's not quite the same. So I'm going to have to, it comes out like this, but the way it's supposed to be is like all the way in, like flower petals. So I'm just going to cut it like that. Ow, if I don't cut my finger off. Like that. Okay. Just do 2 for each ruffle. Working on top of you, sorry about that. If you have kids that like to do this stuff, totally put them to work. Hannah was doing that for me to do all this. I'm going to share this with you. And then I'm just going to slim out the edges of this thing I just cut with this ball tool. I'm just thinning out the edges. Kind of looks like that. Just looks like thin edges. I'll put one on top of the other, kind of catty-cornered, like that. Then I'm just going to fold it in half and bend it back. There's a ruffle. Done. So it's 2 of these flowers. The edges smoothed out, put on top of each other. Now you do go to your bedroom, grab this from under your sheet, cut a piece off, and you'll have to leave it on there or something like that for a few minutes. So it will, because if you try to put it on here like this, it's gonna just like blah, fall down. Okay, so you got many done? All right, we got one ruffle here. All right, we need our cup of water. Thank you. And my paintbrush. Let's get another one. All right, so you're gonna need a little bit of water. We'll just do a big rose. Put it on there so it'll stick. And then you can do this 2 ways. You can make your rosette like on the table and just stick it all on there. I prefer I do it this way, especially since I did not cover my cake in fondant because I don't want to waste the material and it's just more work. So I would rather put it on like this. And like I said, if it breaks, more rustic, prettier. So don't be worried. Just stick it on there, make a little rosette. Let's keep going around. You can always readjust it. Anyway, there's the beginning of it. You can readjust, you can fluff it up, and you just keep going around and around. Okay, to the fun part. Now we're gonna stack this cake. All right, everybody have the basic idea of how to assemble this, correct? All right, now this is the scary part. How in the world do you stack this so if you have to take it to the church or to your party that it doesn't fall over in the car? I worried about this for like 2 years because I was not sure of my method. So I'm going to teach you guys a super sure method. It has only failed me one time, and that was with a client, and honestly, I don't know what happened. I just got a picture of a smashed cake, so I'm not sure if they dropped it and they just told me it didn't stand up because it's never, ever, ever, thank you. Would you like to put that on? What? Would you like to put that on the cake? Here, I'll give you. Just water? Yeah, you put a little water. Okay. I'm going to stack while you do that. So I just have a skewer here, and I'm going to stick it right in the middle of my cake. And this is going to tell me how deep my cake is. I'm going to just put my finger right on the edge of the cake and pull it back out. I'm going to take my pencil, and I'm going to mark it. Okay, so now I have a mark of how deep my cake is. Skewer's a little crooked. Then I'm going to take these dowels, which are just simple 1/2 inch, I think they're 1/4 inch dowels, and I'm just going to line it up on the table, find my line, mark the dowel. Now the trick is for all your dowels to be the same exact length. I know a lot of times your cake is not exactly level, but that doesn't matter if one dowel sticks out a little bit and one sticks in, because what happens if you make your dowels different lengths, then your cake's going to be like this, like crooked when you stack it. And then I'm going to take this, which is, a PVC pipe cutter I got at Home Depot. Use all kinds of stuff. Cut it on the line. And then you can take your pan and stick it on here to get the size of this next tier. I kind of know because I've done this, and then you would go like 1 inch inside where the pan would give you can put the pan on top and kind of give yourself a guide. Go 1 inch inside. I always put as many of these as the next tier is wide. Like this tier is 5 inches, so I'll put 5 of these. So you just stick it in there. It's 1. 2. Make some more. 3, 4. And when I'm doing a cake like this, I always go an assembly line. Like I would make a whole bunch of strips. Of course, you cannot make all the strips because they'll dry out. Make a whole bunch of strips. Thin them out with a Dresden tool like she did, and then put them on like an assembly line. It goes much quicker like that. Thank you very much. My line. This time just flew by. Okay, so we have 5 dowels. 3, 4, and this, like I said, this has never failed me yet, except for that one time, which I don't know what happened, but I still had to give her money back. And then you'll just place your cake on top. Make sure it's in the center. There you go. And I usually do not do this with 2-tier cakes, especially if it's not going far. I'll show you just for fun. You would put a middle dowel in here if you're really afraid of it falling. And this is a little bit thicker than the 1/2 inch, but in this case you could probably use a 1/2 inch because it's just not very big. But I would measure from the bottom to about halfway up here. So I'd say it's about right there. So I'll mark it right there. And I'm supposed to sharpen this with a pencil, but I forgot my pencil sharpener, I just remembered. Just do it like this. You get a, well, I'm just breaking everything. That's good enough. All right, put it in the center of your cake. And this is really, over 3 tiers, I would definitely do this. All right, and I can feel that I've hit my board. And now we get to smash the cake, Charlotte. She was like, what are you gonna do with that hammer? I'm like, I'm gonna smash the cake board. I'm just like, no. And I'm just gonna give it a gentle tap. Don't miss and break your cake. That's the worst. So I can feel that I went through this. There's one of these cake circles underneath this cake. And there's one underneath this cake. Otherwise, it would just totally fall apart. And I could feel I went through the board. All right, I can't hammer anymore, so I'm just going to take another dowel, stick it on top of it. Gentle and slow. And you'll feel when you get to the cake board. There, you hear it? It went through. Now this cake, I promise you, is not going anywhere. It's like stuck. It's not moving. So that's how you stack a cake. I have so much more to tell you. Okay, so the next thing I want to talk to you guys about is gum paste. Gum paste is like fondant. You can also buy it in Wilton brand at Michael's, but it dries really hard. So it's really fun thing to, you wouldn't eat this, it is edible, but you wouldn't really eat it. But it's really, really fun to make stuff like this, which looks like it's really hard, but it's not. But it makes your cake look like, whoa, how do they do that? Stuff like this. This is just like a popsicle stick. But I was supposed to show you guys how to, now this ruffle I wanted to show you is just like this ruffle, except for you would do it straight. And you would kind of gather it like you would when you're sewing a pleat. And you would just put it straight across. And here I also did an ombre color up. So here, these are fun. I have a, where's my patterns? I have a Cricut, so I cut this out with my Cricut, but you can also print images off the internet and just cut them out with scissors. And you would roll out the gum paste, which is, you can also color. It comes in white, but you have to color it. And you would cut it out with an X-Acto knife. You just cut 2 out. You put your stick in the middle, put some water, stick them together, and then let it dry overnight. And this is what it turns out like, hard. And it's really cute. It's like for a baby shower cake to put on the top there. It's just easy. You could do letters. I just cut that out. Cut 2 of them, same thing. Put a popsicle stick in there, put water, glued it together, let it. I did this yesterday, and it's like a rock. Like, this is not breaking. Well, if I throw it on the ground, it'll break, but you know what I mean. It's hard. This crown, I'd use this with it. I actually did print this off the internet. Laid it on the gum paste, cut it out with the X-Acto knife. I just cut out the part, and then I put it on this. You could use a cup, whatever you got, and it kind of stood up by itself. I just set it down like that overnight, and when I woke up in the morning, it was like this. All right, now how did I get it gold, you ask? This is fun. This is also more of a professional product, but you can buy it on Amazon. It's called dusting powder. It's a highlighter gold, and you would put a little bit of this on whatever parchment paper or a little painter's palette. Just a couple drops of lemon extract. Mix it like you're mixing paint, and you would just paint. Totally edible, beautiful effect. And it's $125. Trying to think of what else I wanted to tell you. There's so many things I didn't tell you. Where's my paper? Oh, there it is. Okay, let me tell you about the cake board real quick, and then we'll have to be done. The cake board I made out of foam core. And this stuff's super common. You buy it at Walmart. It's like $1.50. I bought 2 of these. I glued it together with a glue gun or spray glue, whatever. I took a cake pan that was, for example, that was 10 inches, because my cake's 7 inches, traced it out, and then I took a straight edge knife, cut out the cake board, and then I just hot glued a ribbon to it, the color that matched my cake, and that's it. And I also, just because I like the convenience of it, of trying to get my fingers under it, I just cut out 4 little feet and hot glued it to the bottom. And that way, it looks very professional, but it's super, super, super cheap, super cheap. And if the white doesn't match what you're doing, you can roll out fondant that matches it and put it on top of the board. We put Crisco on it like I did the cake we covered, and like flatten it out, and then the board will exactly match your cake. But anyway, just little tips and things that I use all the time. I don't know if you guys had any questions. I know that was a lot. We're just like, but come grab if you would like a worksheet. Everything that I demonstrated, didn't have time to demonstrate, is on there, like picture tutorials, so you can remember what we did and how to do it later. And also, there's my recipe for red velvet cake on the back for you guys to take home. But if you don't have any questions, we will be dismissed. Thank you guys very much. And I'm going to clean up my mess.
commonwealth of Israel, and strangers from the covenant of promise, having no hope and without God in the world. But now, in Christ Jesus, ye who sometime were far off were made nigh by the blood of Christ. For he is our peace, who hath made both one, and hath broken down the middle wall of partition between us.
Hello?
Among whom also we all had our conversation.
It is.
Conversation in times past, in the lusts of our flesh, fulfilling the desires of the flesh and the mind, and were by nature the children of wrath, even as others. But God, who is rich in mercy, for his
If
great
you're in the
love,
auditorium class, if you could scoot yourself as close to the front as possible, because we will be setting up some things in the back for the mill. So just the first 3 rows or so would be great.
This wondrous love will never let me go. Oh, wondrous love that's come to dwell in me. Oh, to you am I that I come to know. Your tender voice assuring me this wondrous love will never let me go. I'm resting in the everlasting arms, in the ever faithful heart, the shepherd of my life. You'll carry me on your mighty wings of grace, keeping me until the day I look into your wondrous love that sings of Calvary, the sweetest sound his singers ever known, the sound of your redeeming
Hello?
whose wondrous love will never let me
Hello? 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 Yeah, maybe it is on.
everlasting arms, in the ever
Now?
faithful heart, the shepherd of my life.
Hello? Hello?
How about now? We might be missing one or two. I've got Lori Holt, still not up here yet. And Beth. We're just waiting. All right, ladies, we're just going to go ahead and get started. Are they started over there yet, Kelly? Is it okay if I go ahead and get started? Okay. Thanks for coming to the Sender session. I'm Holly Pearson, and I'm a member at Vision, and I consider myself a Sender. We wanted to put together a panel of ladies of both Senders and Goers to just get an idea of how we can better serve our missionaries and how we can better grow our relationship with them, because we know that it's a team, and I know it'll be a big blessing to you. I've already thought of a couple of their stories that I know that they're going to share with you, and I think it'll be a big encouragement. So to get us started, we'll just go down the line. I think there's a microphone next to Miss Rhonda. You picked the lucky chair. And I'm just going to let them introduce themselves, give a 30-second blip about yourself, where you are in ministry, and what your role is as a Sender or a Goer. And I'll let Miss Rhonda start. Is it muted?
Clearly, I've not been behind this microphone before. And I got caught eating Miss Betty's treat there. So, good afternoon. My name is Rhonda Gibby, and I'm a member here at Vision Baptist. And I am a Sender to Lori and Jason Holt, who are missionaries in Chile.
I'm Lori Holt, and I'm a missionary in Chile. And I'm very blessed to have Rhonda and Joe Gibby as our senders. And we've been in Chile for 11 years serving as missionaries.
My name is Heather Elsie, and I go here at Vision. I am a sender, and here at church, I just help Kelly Canfield with the toddler Sunday school class. I'm more of a toddler referee.
My name is Mary Angela Sanabria. I'm married to Miguel, and we are missionaries to Colombia, South America. We are on deputation currently.
I'm Maria Morgan, and I'm a member here at Vision. And my husband Steve and I have the privilege of working with 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. So that's been awesome. And we are senders as well.
I'm Rebecca Pepperdine, and I'm a member here at Vision, and I'm also a sender. My husband is a deacon here, and I pretty much help in whatever he's doing. I'm his helpmeet.
I'm Beth Quinn. Got to get used to that. And me and my husband are missionaries to India, and I'm on deputation again because I was on the field for 2.5 years in North Africa, so I guess I have a little bit of both for a month, I guess, being a wife and having done it before. And my parents are deacons here, or my dad's a deacon, not my mom. Okay. And they are senders.
I'm Debbie Deemer, and I'm a member here at Vision Baptist Church, also involved in the Yoke Fellow ministry as a sender. Yoke Fellows with a wonderful couple, Eric and Rebecca Elrod, going to India.
I'm Elizabeth Ewing. Me and my husband served on the mission field for 10 years. The Lord moved us back here in 2014, so we're now serving here at Vision. We work with the 1st to 6th grade class in Sunday school and just wherever we're needed. So I have the unique privilege of being both a goer and a sender at one point.
My name is Beth Delos, and my family and I were headed to China as church planting missionaries, and we're on deputation and raising our support, hopefully to be able to be on the field by this coming year.
Okay. Oh, did I turn?
My husband might kill me for that. Yeah, don't tell about that. I'm not sure if I broke that, so if you could hold that. I'm actually going to stand down here because I'm worried about falling off of that. So to get started, I sent the ladies a list of 6 questions, and then we also have left time at the end for any questions that you may have. So if you want to be thinking about that, if somebody says something that you want to know more about, or if you have a question already, just kind of keep that in mind that we'll have an opportunity for you to ask. But several of them volunteered very willingly to take on some certain questions. So we're going to go ahead and get started with Miss Debbie Deemer. She's a sender here at Vision. And we'd like to ask you what God has taught you as a sender.
So I came to Vision about 2.5 years ago and was not involved. I mean, we were involved in missions, of course, all through being in whatever church we were in, but not as specifically as the program is here. So it gave us an opportunity, an outlet, to partner with another couple who are going to go. And so we decided that's a good thing for us. It's a little bit out of my comfort zone to be going, so I thought, hey, I could be a sender. That's great for me. I can just support these 2 people. I don't have to worry about the billion in India. I can worry about these 2, and I can do that, God. I'm all about that. Well, he really had different plans because us knitting our hearts together with this wonderful couple that's headed to India has given us a heart for India. That was a surprise. And I have a lot of people from India in my everyday life. That was another surprise. And now I have this special spark in my heart for these folks of India that I never knew would come from just being a support to that one couple that is going to India. So God really has opened my heart to a special place for the people of India just from being a sender here.
So this one is going to be for maybe some of our missionaries. If you could give us a little bit of insight, share your heart on things that we might not see in your prayer letter, but are ways that us as senders can be a blessing to you in your ministry or to the people that you're ministering to. Anybody want to tackle that one? Ms.
I
Quinn.
can go first, I guess, because I wrote prayer letters for so long. I'm very glad to give that to my husband now. But there's a lot that we don't put because we do want to be positive in our prayer letters because the Lord has done so much that you don't want to be a whiner or complainer and you want to share the good news that God has done. But there are times where like homesickness just overwhelms you. You don't want to put that in there because you get to live this amazing life. And yeah, there's times that it's hard, but overall, like, you get to share the gospel with someone who's like never heard before. So why would I put something like that in a prayer letter? So there are just little things like that that it's just one day, go to bed, it'll get better the next day. So we don't put that in there. And I'm not sure of anything else, if anybody else wants to put that.
Maybe Elizabeth, since she mentioned she was a goer and a sender, she's seen both sides of the field, and I know the Lord has really used her. Maybe there's something you might want to share?
I think one of the biggest things I would share would be maybe sickness. I had a lot of health problems. Praise the Lord, it's doing much better now. But like Beth was saying, you don't want to come across as a complainer. So a lot of times you deal with sickness that maybe you don't ever mention to anyone. I know several of the missionaries that I know personally have things that they go through like that. So that would definitely be something.
So our next question, if we want to get Miss Rebecca to start on that one. If you could define, and please feel free to jump in here, if you could define what the terms sender or yoke fellow mean to you. I know we've got a lot of really great yoke fellows here, so.
Well, my husband, he leads up the Yoke Fellow ministry here, so he'd be much better at all this than I am. But, well, a sender, we talk about how missionaries, yes, they definitely sacrifice. It is a huge sacrifice, going off and learning a new language and a new culture, leaving your home, everything you love and everything that's familiar. But as a sender, we try to have the same mindset of being sacrificial as well. Yes, we don't go to those extremes, but just however we can hold the rope over here on this side of things, is what we try to do. And it's not always easy either. But I mean, definitely not as hard as the missionary, but just, willing to be available. It's prayer, I would say, is the number one thing. Communication, a lot of communication, being excited about what's going on and what they're doing. I know, anyone else want to jump in there for the sender side of things?
Okay, see, my yoke fellow is helping me. I think for me, I didn't grow up around missions, although I grew up in the church, and I always had an idea that the person who went was doing the commission and I wasn't. And for me, when I learned about yoke fellows, it helped me plug in a way that I had never even thought was possible. I'm still learning how to do it, but we all are called to spread the gospel to around the world, and I knew that I wasn't going around the world. But I will just say, being in Vision and being around the goers, my heart has been open to actually go, and my husband and I have been to the field a few times, and I envision we'll go a lot more than we ever would have if we hadn't have learned about the Goer and Sender program. So Lori didn't know me, and I didn't know Lori. I will hear from her story, but I just stared at this card with these faces on it and said, okay, Lord, now what? Like, how do we help them, because we don't know them, and they don't know us. And through prayer, the Lord just reveals through me every day to try something. Just keep trying. So for me, it's made it very personal, and I always say, how do I get them off the prayer card on a refrigerator and in front of a placemat at my table? And that's a dream that 3 years ago seemed really far away, and it's just been really cool.
So I know we have a couple of senders in the room who have actually sent their missionaries already or are about to. I know Heather Elsie, and then Miss Maria Morgan, and also Miss Pepperdine. If any of you want to maybe give an example of a way, or you missionary ladies, you could give an example of a way a sender has personally blessed you, or something that, I know, I'll steal Heather's since I know she's not going to talk about it. But Heather threw a great big party for Hannah Shreve. And, it's the little things like that that I'm sure make a really big difference when you're about to leave and leave all of your friends, to make sure that they leave knowing that, sorry, Mackenzie, leave knowing that they're very loved and blessed. So if any of you have any examples of ways, maybe Miss Maria?
With Katie, it's interesting. We were doing a lot of FaceTiming before James was born. David and Katie Gardner are over in Peru, and since James has been born, it's been a lot more just Facebook Messenger. But it's been really, she is just a dear to send messages to me saying that she's praying for me, updating me on what's going on there in the ministry, and knowing, I try to take prayer requests from her real time so that I can be praying for those things. And some of them, although she doesn't mention them all the time, I've continued to pray over them. And just recently, it was neat to get a Facebook message from hers saying, I just have to praise God because this was answered. So it's neat just to see how faithful God is to answering prayer for somebody around the world. Just really, really neat to see God work in that way.
Anybody else have anything to add on that? Ways you can encourage your missionary, or maybe ways you've been encouraged? Lori?
I can speak about the ways I've been encouraged. Like Rhonda said, when we were first paired up, we did not know each other at all. And when we first came back in 2013, they took us out to eat, and it was just very awkward. It was great. We had a great time, but it was like a blind date. It was like a blind date. It really was. But through mostly her being very intentional, and I've tried to be intentional too, but she's much better at it. I think that we've really developed a very intimate friendship. Like, I am very real with her and feel free to be that way. And that's so good to be able to just write her and say, okay, I'm unloading, and I'm really having a hard time, and I know that I'm going to get a response of encouragement, and I know that she really cares about me. And it means a lot in those moments. And sometimes as a woman, we pray, we first talk to God about it, but sometimes my therapy is just unloading to one person, crying it out, and then I'm okay. And a lot of times that person is Rhonda now, because she knows me, and I feel safe to talk to her. And I feel like that it does help to have a very intimate, real friendship there, and it's been a big encouragement to me in the ministry.
So I think maybe next year we might rename our session "How to Date Your Missionary," because that really is something that, if you define the term, the word dating, of course you don't have to wine and dine them, or you don't have to take them out for fancy dinners. But sometimes, you think about how you dated your spouse, and you were just there, and they were listening, and you were listening, and spending that time together. And I think something that's real important to remind senders is that you need to be the safe place for your missionary to be able to go, and those things that you're not going to read in their prayer letter, they might just need to tell you. And if you want to be there for them, I think I've got a lot of friends that have done the same for me, and I know that it's encouraging when you're thousands of miles away from your friends, just to have somebody that there's no judgment here, that they can go to and they can be real with, but that they also know that they walk away not being diminished in their eyes, that they know that their reputation didn't suffer because they let you know that today was not a good day for me. That doesn't mean my ministry is not going to succeed or be fruitful. It just means today was hard, because we're humans. Missionaries aren't superheroes. I mean, they are super wonderful, but they're people just like you and I. So I think that's a real big one. I'm glad you both mentioned that, being real with each other, because it also goes both ways. It's not about how to bless your missionary, just like when you're dating your spouse or you're dating anybody. It's not what do they do for me? It's what can I do and what can you do for each other to build that relationship? So next question, for senders and missionaries, if you are going to tell a new church on how to implement their sending ministry, what are some things that you would guide them to be sure to do? Maybe some tips or tricks on how to, would you recommend pairing them one-on-one, or how would you go about implementing a yoke fellow ministry to someone maybe starting new in a church ministry? Heather?
I actually did this before I came to Vision, before I moved here. I did an internship here, and I loved how everyone was involved. And I think it was the first time that I noticed that it's not just their job, it's the entire church. And it's so important that the people in the pews know that you're a huge part of this too. And that the scope is more than just inside your church. It's more than just inside your town, but it's the whole world. And I think it makes it so exciting for people when they see that they're a part of something across the globe. So Pastor Gardner wrote a list of things that you could do for your missionaries. And I think one of them was like mail them a package once a month, email them once a week, have their birthdays down. It's about 20 or 30 things that they could do. And I printed that out, and then I made a map, and I made a packet with the most recent missionary letter and their email, and I tried to get a list of things that they liked that maybe they couldn't get over there, kind of package ideas for people to send. And then I just told people about it, and I was like, I have a pack, and if you would like a pack, then just come to me and I can pair you up with a missionary. And these were current missionaries that our church was supporting in South Carolina, but I tried to encourage them to go ahead and contact them and kind of tell them about it. Honestly, I moved right after that, so I don't know if it worked. But it's just an idea if you'd like to get something started in your church. It's really not hard to do at all.
Rebecca, Ms. Pepperdine, since you're our yoke fellow leader's wife, do you have anything to add there?
Well, I asked my husband, and he gave me the acronym of LOVE. And so L is first look around in your church. First, are you sending any missionaries from your church? You'd want to get to know them. Maybe you don't, but you've had missionaries come through, and present their ministries. And so get familiar with them, get their prayer cards and sign up for their prayer letters. So you're looking around, and you're seeing, who the missionaries are first, and then trying to develop a relationship there. And then O is open. Open yourself up to prayer. You want to pray a lot for the missionary. Open yourself up to time, whatever that means. Time spent writing them letters, encouraging them, calling them. Again, prayer takes time. And then the last one on open was open your wallets. A yoke fellow's job is not to completely support your missionary. We're not saying that, but it's definitely, there is a sacrifice there. And then V, it would be visit. Either try to go visit them, which we've been able to do. We went to China when they're on furlough, have them visit in your home. Or, if you're just able to meet them out, but just in general, visit. And then E was just excitement. Be excited about their ministry. When something neat happens, write them back. You see something on Facebook or just any little thing, big thing or whatever, just show your enthusiasm and excitement. So those are things you can start out as an individual. You can pair up, with you and your spouse. You can pair up with other families, and then maybe eventually it can just grow in the church and something that you can bring before your pastor and get it going that way.
So our last question before we open it up. Does anybody have a question, by the way? Anybody? All right, you have one more question to think about it. So if you haven't answered a question yet, maybe this one's for you. If you could tell us how you've been encouraged by the Sender's ministry, maybe something specific, maybe something little, but I think sometimes those little things go unnoticed, and we don't realize what an impact they might have.
So our yoke fellows, we have a really interesting group of yoke fellow kind of relationship. My husband, he had invested a lot in the teen guys around the church, and so there is a teen group that meets at one of our deacons' houses every Tuesday night, and it's a young guys kind of Bible study. And so one time they got together and they decided, my husband was he was traveling on deputation by himself for a little while before we got married. And so they said that we want Ed to be our, we want to be his yoke fellows. And so we have this group of teenage guys that are our encouragers, and it's the most unique and wonderful kind of relationship because we get several different texts on Sunday mornings saying, hey, praying for you guys, praying for your meetings, and Wednesday nights. And these guys are, they pray for us. When we had Eden, they got together and they collected money and bought us gifts for Eden. And it blew us away because you tend to think of young teenagers as kind of, they have their own problems, they're wrapped up in their own kind of things, and you don't think that they want to invest in this way, but this ministry has involved everyone and encouraged them so much that they wanted to being a part of their missionaries' lives, and it's really special to us that they invest in us and they take the time to pray for us and get a hold of us every week. So,
Anybody else want to add to that?
I know I've been blessed as a sender. When we first came home from the field, it was very different for us, going from full-time missionaries now to my husband's working a job. And yes, we're working here in the church, but there was that empty spot kind of in our hearts for missions. Our kids missed it and we missed it, So I remember hearing Brother Gardner one time, I don't know if it was during a question and answer time or whatever, but I remember hearing him say, if you cannot go, if God does not have you go, you have a huge responsibility as a sender. And there's so many aspects to that, to teaching the young ladies here and the young men that are around you that are wanting to go and that are planning on going. There's so many things that you can help teach them, even if it's just about being a wife and a mom and homeschooling and just so many different ways that you can get involved. And I promise you that it'll be a blessing to you to be able to be part of that. And it gives you a part in world evangelism, which is just so awesome. And ever since that day, it's just kind of filled that that void that I felt from not being on the field anymore. So I really encourage you all to find a way that you can be part of being a sender if you're not going.
Miss Rhonda?
I guess I would say because Vision is a mission-minded church, we give a lot of money to missions. But I think because of our Goer and Sender program, our pastor says that where your heart goes, your money will follow. And that always just sounded good to me. But once you fall in love with your missionaries, and we've watched people come through our church and go, and we know them as people first, and then their profession per se is being a missionary, I think that the giving in your churches becomes meaningful. Even if it doesn't increase, it just changes how you think about the funds that make it possible. And for me, that has just been life-changing.
Anyone else? Mary Angela?
I'm sure it's been mentioned, prayer really, and we always hear people say that, I'm praying for you, and you even say it, and when we go to churches, people always say, I'm praying for you, but really, especially when you're in times of despair and you just feel like you just need something, and knowing that you are being prayed for by your yoke fellow or people at your church or just church people, just knowing that, it's kind of like I can conquer the world kind of feeling, because you know that there are people behind you, and with those people praying, you're being lifted up in prayer, and they're talking to God about you. It's like God is on your side because of all these people praying for you.
So at Vision, we had a night called the Yoke Fellow Night where they unrolled the plans of our senders ministry, And they gave 10 ways that you could be an effective yoke fellow. And I just want to read over them quickly. We've used them as the blueprints of our ministry, and it's a good way to just implement. You know, you want to do something, but you don't really know how. And there's just 10 quick things that the men of our church, they put together that I keep them written down in the back of my Bible, and I go to them often because sometimes we get really busy. I know I was talking to some of the ladies beforehand. You know, they'll have seasons of busyness where they're literally coming in the door and doing a load of laundry, and then they're out the next day, and they'll be gone for a week, and they don't have the time to sit down and have a conversation. Or that goes to the other side of the road as well. There are often times that we are busier in our lives, and there are seasons of busyness that we can't always connect. But one of the driving forces behind the sender ministry is that you're available to your missionary, and just because time has passed doesn't mean your relationship has suffered. So there's 10 things that we'll just go over really quickly before we're dismissed. If you have any questions, just let me know at the end. So the first one was to be there with an open and non-judgmental ear. We talked about that earlier, just being a sounding place and a safe place for your missionary. Don't be afraid to tell them the truth, but only after you've earned the right. And the only way you earn that right is by having a listening ear, a non-judgmental listening ear. That's a really tread lightly there, because I don't like people to come into my place of work or my ministry and say, well, I think you should be doing this, this, and this, and this. But it's really easy for church people to look at missionaries and tell them what they're doing wrong. But you wouldn't appreciate that. So be mindful that you have to earn the right to be that friend in their life. The third thing is to give honest opinions when asked for. So you don't have to sugarcoat it, and you don't have to say, I think that's a wonderful idea. If you don't really think that it's a wonderful idea, being their friend, give your honest opinions to them, and you don't have to throw them a parade. You don't really, give honest opinions. Don't be fake with them. Fourth thing is you don't have to wait for them to contact you. Be a friend to them. But that goes the same. Again, it's a two-way street with the sender ministry, Yoke Fellow ministry. It's goers and senders. It's not just senders. So reach out to them, even if it's been a while. Just reach back out to them, because they'll eventually answer you. And I know it'll be a blessing to them when you do. Be loyal and keep confidences. Be true to your friend and stand by your friend. I don't know why that's such a hard one, or one that sometimes we need to be reminded of, but you do have a loyalty to your friends, and be that person for them, that person they can count on to go to, that you're their loyal, steadfast friend. The sixth one is cheer them up when they need it. Sometimes you just need to give them a little pep talk. You're doing great. Or especially, I'm sure, with language learning, there are days of defeat. And sometimes it would be easy to say, oh, yeah, I can't imagine. That is such a hard language. Well, maybe that's not what they need today. Maybe they need to be reminded, yeah, but look at how far you've come in the language, and look at where you started and where you are now. Things like that. Be an encourager. Be vulnerable and let them be comfortable even in weakness. I think that's just kind of repetitive throughout the list. Be really happy at their encouragements. At their accomplishments. Be genuinely, and that means you have to be aware of what their accomplishments are. So pay attention when they hit 20 in their church, or when they've had a Bible study, or when they've had a soul saved. It's surprising at how many times we forget to ask, how's your ministry going? I can talk to my friends all day long about how the kids were and how their day was and what crazy or interesting thing they've seen or done, but sometimes we forget to ask, how's your ministry? Tell me about your Bible study. Tell me what's going on in your church. And don't be afraid to ask that, because believe it or not, we're not asking it enough. Be there when mistakes are made or when things don't go as planned, because it's going to happen. So be there and be that comforting spirit that's, that didn't go the way we wanted it to, or that event didn't go the way we expected it to, or, I poured all this time and energy into putting this together and it just flopped. So be there for those, because they'll be there for you when things don't go the way they should in your life. And then the last is still kind of redundant, but it's important. It's to make time for them. Of course, we know that all of us are busy. They're busy, we're busy. But be intentional about making time for your missionary, and they'll be intentional about making time for you. And then just knowing that friendships take time, and friendships take effort. So I appreciate you ladies. I think we're at time being a part of our panel. Did anybody have any questions? Yeah.
I go to Heather's dad's church in South Carolina, and I got saved 6 years ago, and it's so encouraging to see the missionaries in like countries where it's illegal, and they're just out and about baptizing or just handing out flyers for their church, and it's just so encouraging, and it makes me think that I should be out in Colombia just, handing out tracts when I get scared and what people will think. But then I think about like the Tolsons, and they're out in China and they're not scared, and if they are, they don't show it. So that's all I want to say.
All right, ladies, I think we're finished with time. We're just going to have a quick word of prayer, and then we'll be dismissed for lunch. I think they're preparing that now. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for this day. I thank you for the opportunity to be here at the Women Behind the Scenes Conference. God, I thank you for each one of the goers and each one of the senders who are represented in this room. God, I pray that you would just help us to become better senders, to reach out to those and to not let things hinder us building relationships with our missionaries, God, because we know that their hearts are what propel their ministries. And God, I pray that you would just bless each one of these ladies who attended here today and just be with us the rest of the day and be with us at lunch. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
inasmuch as ye know that ye were not redeemed with corruptible things, as silver and gold, from your vain conversation received by tradition from your fathers, but with the precious blood of Christ, as a lamb without blemish and without spot.
You may have sacrificed for a noble cause, or spent your time in seeking humanity's applause. Others have made long journeys to strange and distant lands, all searching for their answers in the heart of man. I too have tried in vain to be good enough for him, not knowing I could never make the payment for my sin. But God in heaven came to me, he used the Spirit's sword, he answered all my questions in his word. Nothing but the blood for me to take away my sin. I kneel beneath the fountain that cleanses deep within. Nothing but the blood for me, the past erasing flood of justice and mercy, found in nothing but the blood. My heart is yielded to his call, my soul has found its wings. My mind is drinking in the peace that knowing Jesus brings. Still many grope in emptiness, a place I live so long. If only they could sing with me this song. Nothing but the blood for me to take away my sin. I kneel beneath the fountain that cleanses deep within. Nothing but the blood for me, the past erasing flood of justice and mercy, found in nothing but the blood. Wash away my sin. Nothing but the blood. Nothing but the blood. With nothing but the blood for me to take away my sin. I kneel beneath the fountain that cleanses deep within. Nothing but the blood for me, the past erasing flood of justice and mercy, found in nothing but the blood. Nothing but the blood. Nothing but the blood. I will glory in my Redeemer, whose priceless blood has ransomed me. Mine was the sin that drove the bitter nails and hung him on that judgment tree. I will glory in my Redeemer, who crushed the power of sin and death, my only Savior before the holy judge. The Lamb who is my righteousness, the Lamb who is my righteousness. has ransomed me. Mine was the sin that drove the bitter nails and hung him on that judgment tree. I will glory in my Redeemer, who crushed the power of sin and death, my only Savior before the holy judge. The Lamb who is my righteousness, the Lamb who is my righteousness. I will glory in my Redeemer. My life He bought, my love He owns. I have no longings for another. I'm satisfied in Him alone. I will glory in my Redeemer, His faithfulness, my standing place. Though foes are mighty and rush upon me, my feet are firm, held by His grace. My feet are firm, held by His grace. I will glory in my Redeemer, who carries me on eagle's wings. He crowns my life with loving kindness. His triumph song I'll ever sing. I will glory in my Redeemer, who waits for me at gates of gold. And when He calls me, it will be paradise. His face forever to behold. His face forever to behold. His face forever to behold.
1 Corinthians 15, verse 51 to 57. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed. In a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump. For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. So when this corruptible shall have put on incorruption, and this mortal shall have put on immortality, then shall be brought to pass the saying that is written, Death is swallowed up in victory. O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? The sting of death is sin, and the strength of sin is the law. But thanks be to God, which giveth us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ. It is not death to die, to leave this weary road, and join the saints who dwell on high, who found their home with God. It is not death to close the eyes long dimmed by tears, and wake in joy before your throne, delivered from our fears. Oh Jesus, conquering the grave, to die. 1 Corinthians 15, verse 51 to 57. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed. In a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump. For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. So when this corruptible shall have put on incorruption, and this mortal shall have put on immortality, then shall be brought to pass the saying that is written, Death is swallowed up in victory. O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? The sting of death is sin, and the strength of sin is the law. But thanks be to God, which giveth us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ. It is not death to die, to leave this weary road, and join the saints who dwell on high, who found their home with God. It is not death to close the eyes long dimmed by tears, and wake in joy before your throne, delivered from our fears. Oh Jesus, conquering the grave, your precious blood has power to save. Those who trust in you will in your mercy find that it is not death to die. It is not death to flee aside this earthly dust, and rise with strong and noble wing to live among the just. It is not death to hear the key unlock the door that sets us free from mortal years, to praise you evermore. Oh Jesus, conquering the grave, your precious blood has power to save. Those who trust in you will in your mercy find that it is not death to die. Jesus, conquering the grave, your precious blood has power to save. Those who trust in you will in your mercy find that it is not death to die.
Revelation 5:11 through 13. And I beheld, and I heard the voice of many angels round about the throne, and the beasts and the elders. And the number of them was 10,000 times 10,000, and thousands of thousands, saying with a loud voice, Worthy is the Lamb that was slain to receive power and riches, and wisdom and strength and honor and glory and blessing. And every creature which is in heaven and on the earth and under the earth, and such as are in the sea, and all that are in them, heard I saying, Blessing and honor and glory and power unto him that sitteth upon the throne, and unto the Lamb forever and ever.
Majesty, your glory is is shining brighter than the moon and the stars. Marveling, we honor and fear you above all gods. Glorious and mighty, you're awesome in beauty. Joyful songs we raise. Glorious and mighty, you're awesome in beauty. Greatly to be praised. Majesty, you fashion the heavens. Your decrees can never be changed. Over all the plans of the nations, your judgments reign. Glorious and mighty, you're awesome in beauty. Joyful songs we raise. Glorious and mighty, you're awesome in beauty. Greatly to be praised. Majesty will sing with creation when you come again in the clouds. Every knee will bow down and worship the one true God. Glorious and mighty, you're awesome in beauty. Joyful songs we raise. Glorious and mighty, you're awesome in beauty. Greatly to be praised. Greatly to be praised. Glorious and mighty, you're awesome in beauty. Greatly to be praised. Take all I am, Lord, and all that I cling to. You are my Savior, I owe everything to. Take all the treasures that lie in my storehouse. They cannot follow when I enter your house. So I surrender all to you. I surrender all. Take all my cravings for vain recognition, fleshly indulgence, and worldly ambition. I want so much, Lord, to make you the focus, to serve you in secret and never be noticed. So I surrender all to you. I surrender all. walks within his love. And to him be praised for his glorious reign. From the depths of earth to the heights of heaven, we declare the name of the Lamb once slain. Christ eternal, the King of kings. Be this peace which passes understanding, and this grace which makes us what we are, and this fellowship of his communion make us one in spirit and in heart. And to him be praise for his glorious reign. From the depths of earth to the heights of heaven, we declare the name of the Lamb once slain. Christ eternal, the King of kings. And to him be praise for his glorious reign. From the depths of earth to the heights of heaven, we declare the name of the Lamb once slain. Christ eternal, the King of kings. Christ eternal, the King of kings. Christ eternal, the King of kings.
Where sin abounded, grace did much more abound.
My faithful Father, enduring friend, your tender mercy is like a river with no end. It overwhelms me, covers my sin. Each time I come into your presence, I stand in wonder once again. Your grace still amazes me. Your love still a mystery each day. I fall on my knees. Your grace still amazes me. Your grace still amazes me. Patient Savior, you make me whole. You are the author and the healer of my soul. What can I give you, Lord? What can I say? I know there's no way to repay you, only to offer you my praise. Your grace still amazes me. is me. It's deeper, it's wider, it's stronger, it's higher, it's deeper, it's wider, it's stronger, it's higher than anything my eyes can see. Your grace still amazes me. Your love still a mystery. Each day I fall on my knees, 'cause your grace still amazes me. Your grace still amazes me. Built my life upon all this world reveres and wars to own. All I once thought gain, I have counted loss, spent and worthless now, compared to this. Knowing you, Jesus, knowing you, there is no greater thing. You're my all, you're my King, you're my joy, my everything, and I love you, Lord. Now my heart's desire is to know you more, to be found in you and known as yours, to possess by faith what I could not earn, all surpassing gift of righteousness. Knowing you, Jesus, knowing you, there is no greater thing. You're my all, you're my King, you're my joy, my everything, and I love you, Lord. Oh, to know the power of your risen life, and to know you in your sufferings, to become like you in your death, my Lord, so with you to live and never die. Knowing you, Jesus, knowing you, there is no greater thing. You're my all, you're my King, you're my joy, my everything. You're my all, you're my King, you're my joy, my everything. And I love you, and I love you, I love you, Lord. Philippians 1:20. According to my earnest expectation and my hope, that in nothing I shall be ashamed, but that with all boldness, as always, so now also Christ shall be magnified in my body,
whether it be by life or by death. Shall I take from your hand your blessings, yet not welcome any pain? Shall I thank you for days of sunshine, yet grumble in days of rain? Shall I love you in times of plenty, then leave you in days of drought? Shall I trust when I reap a harvest, but when winter winds blow, then doubt? Oh, let your will be done in me. In your love I will abide. Oh, I long for nothing else as long as you are glorified. Are you good only when I prosper, and true only when I'm failed? Are you king only when I'm carefree, and God only when I'm well? You are good when I'm poor and needy. You are true when I'm parched and dry. You still reign in the deepest valley. You're still God in the darkest night. Oh, let your will be done in me. In your love I will abide. Oh, I long for
a seat. How many of you have enjoyed that?
Oh, to see the dawn of the darkest day, Christ on the road to Calvary, tried by sinful men, torn and beaten men, nailed to a cross of woe. This the power of the cross. Christ became sin for us, took the blame, bore the wrath we stand forgiven at the cross. Oh, to see the pain written on your face, bearing the awesome weight of sin, every bitter cost, every evil deed, crowning your blood-stained brow. Is the power of the cross. Christ became sin for us, took the blame, bore the wrath we stand forgiven at the cross. Now the daylight flees, now the
inasmuch as ye know that ye were not redeemed with corruptible things, as silver and gold, from your vain conversation received by tradition from your fathers, but with the precious blood of Christ, as a lamb without blemish and without spot.
First Corinthians 15, verse 15. 1 Corinthians 15, verse 51 to 57. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed. In a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump. For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. So when this corruptible shall have put on incorruption, and this mortal shall have put on immortality, then shall be brought to pass the saying that is written, Death is swallowed up in victory. O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? The sting of death is sin, and the strength of sin is the law. But thanks be to God, which giveth us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ. It is not death to die, to leave this weary road, and join the saints who dwell on high, who found their home with God. It is not death to close the eyes long dimmed by tears, and wake in joy before your throne, deliver from our fears. Oh Jesus, conquering the grave, your precious blood has power to save. Those who trust in you will in your mercy find that it is not death to die. It is not death to flee aside this earthly dust and rise with strong and noble wing to live among the just. It is not death to hear the key unlock the door that sets us free from mortal years to praise you evermore. Oh Jesus, conquering the grave, your precious blood has power to save. Those who trust in you will in your mercy find that it is not death to die. Jesus, conquering the grave, your precious blood has power to save. Those who trust in you will in your mercy find that it is not death to die. 1 Corinthians 15, verse 51 to 57. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed. In a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump. For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. So when this corruptible shall have put on incorruption, and this mortal shall have put on immortality, then shall be brought to pass the saying that is written, Death is swallowed up in victory. O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? The sting of death is sin, and the strength of sin is the law. But thanks be to God, which giveth us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ. It is not death to die, to leave this weary road, and join the saints who dwell on high, who found their home with God. It is not death to close the eyes long dimmed by tears, and wake in joy before your throne, delivered from our fears. Oh Jesus, conquering the grave, your precious blood has power to save. Those who trust in you will in your mercy find that it is not death to die. It is not death to flee aside this earthly dust, and rise with strong and noble wing to live among the just. It is not death to hear the key unlock the door that sets us free from mortal years, to praise you evermore. Oh Jesus, conquering the grave, your precious blood has power to save. Those who trust in you will in your mercy find that it is not death to die. Jesus, conquering the grave, your precious blood has power to save. Those who trust.
Hello. Hey. Hey, everybody. We'll go ahead and get started. My name is Andrea Gardner. I was telling everybody in the first session, I am Pastor Austin Gardner's daughter-in-law, and my husband's Chris Gardner, and he pastors a church in Ackworth where we live now. But I was telling everybody I got into cake decorating by accident 3 years ago. I never went to culinary school. I learned everything kind of self-taught, but mostly off the internet. So my husband actually bought me a t-shirt a few months ago that says, I make cake into art. What's your superpower? And I really wish I had a superpower, but honestly, to make cakes, you don't have to have a superpower. It's really not that hard. I was telling him in the first session, I think your superpower has to be patience to decorate cakes, because that's really what it takes, is some patience, which all Christians should have patience anyway, so maybe we should all just decorate cakes to learn patience, right? Because it's tribulation. But I'm just kidding. But I've been decorating cakes for 3 years now, and have gone from like crying because I could not cover a cake in fondant because it kept ripping and taking it off like 5 times and staying up till 3 o'clock in the morning trying to do it, to making a yama cake this week, you know. So I've come a long way, and if I can do it, you can do it too. But today I just wanted to go over kind of the basics that I actually taught a class on last year, just in case some of you already were here last year and saw it. I don't want to bore you to death. But everybody knows how to bake a cake, right? I'm assuming kind of, sort of. You know, take your recipe, mix it up, put it in your round pan, put it in the oven. And you take your cake out, and the first thing you need to do is level it off, because you want your cake to be flat, correct? And if you're doing a decorated cake like this, of course, a frosted cake from Grandma's house that's round at the top is perfectly great. But if you want to do something like this, I would definitely level it off. I like to cut my cakes at 1 1/4 inches. I'm very specific because I want my cakes to all be the same height when I stack them up. And I always build my cake on this cardboard cake circle. These they have at any regular craft store. And the reason you want to build it on this is because if you're going to stack cakes, it has to have some support in between the cakes. You can't just put cake on top of cake because that'll just fall all apart when you move it. But you stack it, and then you frost it. And then, very important, you put it in the refrigerator. If you're going to do something like this, your cake has got to be cold. There is no other option. If you try to do something like this to a cake that's freshly frosted, it's just going to be crooked and the frosting's going to be falling all over the place. It's just not worth it. Doesn't mean you have to eat it cold. You just have to decorate it cold. Okay, so today I kind of wanted to base my class on one of my most requested styles besides Frozen, which that's the kind of cake I've made the most is Frozen. You know that Disney character all the girls like now, or used to like, because she might be going out a little bit now, but is Ruffles. Everybody loves Ruffles. Like I've done a million Ruffle cakes. And I have several examples here of Ruffles, and they do look kind of complicated and hard, but I love Ruffles because they're not. They look like you are some kind of superwoman because you can do this, but it's really, really simple to do. And the more it messes up, the prettier it looks. If it breaks, it looks more rustic. You know, rustic sin, right? So I just want to talk about, I'm not going to do it again because it took way too much of my time in the last session is how to cover a cake in fondant, which is probably the thing that frustrated me the most when I started cake decorating. Like I said, I pulled it off 5 times and was crying till 3 o'clock in the morning because it kept ripping. But I figured out since then there's a few things to help it be easier, than what I was doing. First thing is, I know people like to make their fondant a lot of times, and it does taste good, but it's not really stable. It's very sticky, and it cracks and it breaks. And for me, if you do it and you like it, more power to you, but it's just not worth the trouble for me. And I think that a lot of the brands that are out there now are fine. And I don't even eat the fondant anyway. I put plenty of frosting underneath the cake, and I just leave the fondant on the plate. It's just a little bitty tiny piece of whatever. So for me, it's just a medium of decoration. So I'm not really that worried about it. I buy Satin Ice, which is available at cake stores or on the internet. But if you're just going to do this as a novelty baker at home for your friends and family, I would go with Wilton, no doubt, from the craft store. This is like $9.99 or $7.99, I don't remember. Use your coupon, get it for like $5. It's a great deal. And it comes in all kinds of colors. It's great stuff. But I would definitely use that, and you're going to have a way easier time covering your cake if you use a product that's ready-made like that. When you pull that out of the carton, it's going to be like a rock. You're going to have to knead it, soften it up. Here's another product I wanted to show you that I love, love, love. I'm not going to use it in this session, but it's called the Mat. And I love this product because I can put my fondant on this, and first of all, I don't have to make sure my counter is squeaky clean, because that fondant will pick up all the lint and dirt it touches and it'll look nasty. I can just make sure this is washed, put some cornstarch on it, put it on there. You lay this on top of it, and then you roll it out between the mats. And this is a product you'll have to get off of. They have it like on Amazon and stuff, but it's called the Mat. And you roll it out. But the even better is when you roll out the fondant, you take off one side and it sticks to this side. So instead of having to stick your hands underneath that stuff and try to keep it from tearing and you just put it over your cake. I got one I did in the last class. You just put it over your cake, just the one side. You can see, is it in a good position? Because you always try to get it on there and it's too far over or whatever. And you just lay it down and peel the plastic back off. And it supports it so it doesn't rip. And then you start smoothing. But I'm not going to do that right now. But if you'd like to learn more about putting on fondant, look up craftsy.com, craftsy.com. And there is a free tutorial that is wonderful on how to cover cakes in fondant. It tells you every single thing you need to know about that. But anyway, The next thing I wanted to show you is how to achieve this right here, which is a diamond effect. Now, this is a real cake. This one's not, this is a fake cake. But that looks pretty impressive, right? Looks like somebody's got like precision ruler technique right there. But it's really easy. Cake decorating is all about the tools. Ta-da! It's called an impression mat, and it's super easy to find. Cover your cake in fondant when it's freshly covered. This is not freshly covered, so I don't know what it'll do. Put it right here. Take some, you can use your hand, but I prefer to use a fondant smoother. And just rub it, rub it, rub it, rub it, rub it, rub it. Look, it still works, look at that. And then you line up the diamonds where you ended up. Kind of hard to do from behind. But anyway, press, 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 press all the way around. If you don't think those lines are defined enough, you can take one of these, which is a Dresden tool. You can buy them at Michael's. And just follow the impression and make it a little bit deeper. And there you go. And there, the whole thing, you can do it in 5 minutes. And then this cake, I attached sugar pearls. I found these at TJ Maxx, but they have these at all the craft stores too. Just put a little water and attach. There you go, all done. Very fast, very easy. Okay, so let's get on to the ruffles. I'm gonna need some assistance because it took me way too long to get anything done in the last class because it just took way too long. So, let's start with the blue rosettes. That looks pretty hard, right? Like a lot of detail, but it's not that hard. So the great thing about these two is that you can attach them to a frosted cake. You don't have to do all that mess of covering it. Just got something in my eye. Of covering it, you can just frost it kind of smooth, and then you can just attach it right on. It's very easy. So this is blue fondant. You can buy it, like I said, in colors, or you can color it with food coloring. My favorite food coloring they have at Hobby Lobby. It's a gel. It's very good stuff. It's way better than Wilton, in my opinion. It's really AmeriColor, but Hobby Lobby has branded it as their own. But that's my favorite kind. That's the kind I use. You just knead it into the stuff. It'd be like playing with Play-Doh again. Use gloves though. Use gloves or your hands will be whatever color for a few days. Okay, so this is what I use at my house because I do this a lot, so it just makes it easy. It's a pasta roller. So if you like pasta or you think you can do this a lot, I would invest in this. This is $100 if you have a KitchenAid. Of course, if you don't have a KitchenAid, then that's a whole other thing. That's $300 plus $100. But they also sell these pasta rollers to crank, and they work great too. Or you can roll it out with a rolling pin. It just takes a lot longer. But anyway, just run it through there. You have a strip. It's not very pretty. And then you're going to have to make strips. You can make them any width you want. If you wanted to poke out at your cake a little bit more, you make them a little bit bigger, smaller, whatever. The most practical way to do, well, I wouldn't say practical, the cheapest way to do it is with a ruler. And I love this quilter's ruler because you can see through it and you can like mark a 1/4 inch. It's fast. But if you are crazy like me, you have one of these. When my kids are being bad, I'm like, don't mess with me. They think this thing is scary. But they also, Wilton also has one that looks like a painter's roller. And you can buy, I have some papers somewhere, I forgot to put them back out. I'll put them back out at the end. That has the Amazon link, and it's $9.99, and it's like a painter's roller, and it just cuts strips. And it's very, very nice to have when you have to cut a lot of strips. Like I said, these techniques are easy. They are slightly time-consuming. If you have a daughter that likes to do this stuff, put her to work, have her cut strips, and you put them on, and it'll go much faster. That's what I did this week. So, cut some strips here, and it's rough, nothing to look at really. I'm gonna get rid of the really rough parts. Now, one thing about this is it will dry out. Not as fast as some things, but you can't just like cut these strips and then go take a shower and come back an hour because it'll be hard as a rock. All right. Now what we need to do to this is give it some texture, because if I put this on a cake, it's going to look kind of flat, not ruffly. So I have what's called a cell pad. Though this one you have to find on Amazon because it's big, but you can find something like this at your local craft store. It's the same thing, just a smaller version. And I would put it on the cell pad. It's like a foamy, smushy thing. And I would take my Dresden tool that I already showed you, and I'm just going to pull down at the edges like this. And it's going to make it look ruffly. And I'm going to go all the way down. Okay, I need a volunteer to make ruffles for me. Would anybody like to go? Come on up. Because it's going to take me all day if I try to do it. So just, oh, it's fine. Just pull like that. Just don't poke the tool into it. It'll break it. Otherwise, you should be good. Just keep pulling it that way. There you go. All right, while she does that, let's go on to the next ruffle. This ruffle here. All right. This one you make exactly like you make this one. Exactly. If I can find my materials. Petal up right here. Now here I did it, on these two cakes I've done an ombre coloring. And the way you achieve that is you make your darkest color, and then you add white and make your next color, and you add white and make your next color. It lightens. That way all the colors are the same color, like the same wheel of colors, but lighter and lighter and lighter. Yeah, no, yeah, you can do all of them if you want. You could probably do this all day. Okay. Yeah. I should have brought two of those so I can get a bunch of people up here. All right, so let's roll out some pink. Woo, it's powerful. I might have to scoot you over so I could use that cutting board. Sorry. All right. Use my handy dandy scary tool here again. Let's see, I don't remember what length, there we go. All right, we're gonna cut some more strips. Like I said, this is just really technical, you guys. Like, just not very hard. All right, and to this, we're gonna do the exact same thing. So, I think I might have another tool like that up here, do I? Yes, would anybody else like to come make ruffles? Oh, come on, Lilia. All right, you have to use the small pad though. All right, so you just do like this, just pull it. This is a little bit, hold on. Just don't poke it in or it won't tear. That's it. All right, okay, so while they're doing all that, I've got all my helpers here. Let's talk about this cake right here. This is also a ruffle cake. This is a much different technique though than these others. And this is also an ombre effect, and it's also attached straight to chocolate buttercream. So it's pretty neat because you can put anything you want underneath and it just covers it up. So let's just stay organized here. I'm going to make a mess. All right. So we're at the lightest color. And if you can invest in some kind of a pasta roller, like I said, a crank pasta roller I think runs about $30. So I mean, to save your arms from like rolling and rolling and rolling, it really is nice to have if you'd like to do this. Okay. Work kind of right beside you. All right, for this one, we're going to use a cookie cutter. Now, this one I just bought at Michael's because I forgot mine at home, so I had to go by Michael's on the way here. In the instruction papers, there is a picture tutorial exactly on how to do this ruffle, and it's with a rose petal cutter, which is basically just like this, except for it goes all the way in on each indentation. So all I'm going to do is cut it, and then I'm just going to cut in with my X-Acto knife. And I forgot to talk to you guys about X-Acto knives. This is the greatest thing ever when you're working with cake stuff, X-Acto knives. $3.99 at Hobby Lobby, and you can change the blade out whenever as much as you want, and it is just, there's nothing like it. This is my best friend in cake decorating. So I'm just going to modify these so they will. So what I did is I just cut the petals like they would be like they would have been if I had brought my cookie cutter. And now I'm going to use a ball. This is called a ball tool. This is also very common. And I'm just going to thin out the edges so it looks more delicate, like a flower. And I'm going to have to borrow one of those things from you guys. No, I'll just work right underneath you. I just got to put it on there. You put it on the cell pad. And I don't know if you can even see that, but I just they look kind of rough now and thinned out. I'm going to do both of them. Got you guys working hard. Sorry. So you need 2 of these for each ruffle. Okay, sorry. All right, so I'm going to put one on top of the other, kind of like not putting the petals directly, but a little bit angled. I'm going to let it fall, and I'm going to fold it in half, but not, like squishing it. And then I'm just going to kind of pinch it into quarters. And there's your ruffle. And then everybody go to your bedroom. Pull a piece of this out from on top of your mattress. Cut it off. And anything will work, anything that has a little indention in it. And you're just going to leave it on there so it can dry a bit, because if you put it on right now, it's just going to flop. If you let it dry for about 3 or 4 minutes, it'll hold its shape. So we're going to let that dry. Would anybody like to make some more petals for me? Lilia. All right, so now I need somebody, I'm going to demonstrate one, and then I'm going to need somebody to come up and put some of these on. So Lily, I need you to cut out flowers. There's the cutter. Just cut as many flowers out of that as you can. All right, so let's demonstrate how to put this one on, since we got all my little busy bees working on it. We started a little bit of one here. So I'm just going to take a little bit of water with a paintbrush. If you don't have a paintbrush, use your finger. I don't know. Make sure it's clean, I guess. And then I'm just going to attach. Let me find the end. I'm going to attach it and continue this ruffle that we were making. And really, the rougher, like you don't have, if you try to make a perfect circle, it's not going to look as good. And that's why I love this technique. See, it just broke on me. That's fine. I'll just keep going. See, it won't stick. I'm going to need some more water. Just keep going around like a little rosette. And it's breaking on me. I don't care. Makes it look prettier. And I can tell that these are getting a little bit dry because they've been sitting for a few minutes, but you can still use them. Attach, kind of push it down. And later you can use your finger and kind of pull them up and adjust however you like. If you want to do something else, I'll let you put these on. You might want to watch what I'm doing. And I'm going to go all the way to the center, and then I'm going to show you how to do the center. Now, the instruction papers that I'm giving out say you should make this rosette on the table and then attach it to the cake. I prefer to do it this way, but it's just my preference because I feel like I can get them positioned better. Okay, when I get to the, now Now, Lily, you can take you can use this without cutting yourself, right? Okay, just do like this. All the way around on all those. Okay, so when I get to the end, I like to just take a little strip and just roll it off like a little flower, roll it up like a flower. Like that. A little more water, stick it in there. Kind of press it. You might need something to press it in there. Who cares if it breaks? It makes it look better. There you go. That's all it is. Now, who couldn't do that? That's easy. All right, would anybody like to come complete this cake, do a few more of these? Anybody? You can't mess it up. Nobody? I have one up here. Here you go. Here's 2 more strips. Yep. You can just put the water on, and you could actually do one right here if you want. Yep. Just whatever you want. You can't mess it up. Okay. We have 10 minutes. All right, so our little rosette. Can you give me a little dab of water on that? Yep. All right. So our rosette is still pretty flexible, but I think it'll hold its shape. And actually, I'm going to need something to... You done? Okay. Now you can do this. Just do like this. What a mess. Just go around the edge and make it thin it out. Can't mess it up. Okay, so I put a little water on it. I'm just going to use this stick, whatever you got. Just kind of hold it on for a second. Push it down. There you go. If you can see that. That's all it is. All right, so let's go to this one. Sorry. So for this one, I'm just going to put a little bit of water around it. Now this, I don't know if anybody sews, but this is almost like making a pleat. Just going to make a pleat. I need some more water. Thanks. Yeah. Just make kind of a pleat as you go around. Messier, it doesn't matter. There we go. I'm going to cut it off there so I can tell you all the rest of the stuff I want to tell you. Need more water. Would anybody like to finish this cake? Okay. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, if you want these ruffles to kind of poke out, just take some push pins, stick it up under it, kind of poke it out. It'll take literally like 3 minutes, and it'll be hardened. You can go wherever you want. Here's another one. All right. Yes, you do. It's a little bit dry, so you might need a little bit of water. Okay. All right, so 2 more things I'm going to tell you guys. Here's one more blue strip if you want to keep up. If you're getting tired of it, you can stop. Okay, so I want to teach you guys how to stack a cake. And that's another thing I was super scared about for about 2 years, because I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm going to deliver this cake and it's just going to like crumble in the car, and then I'm going to be like, sorry, your wedding cake's destroyed and you have no wedding cake. So it never ever happened besides one time a client took a cake and they sent me a picture of it like destroyed. And I don't know what happened to it. I just had to give them their money back. But it never happened ever before or after. So I don't know. I think they may have dropped it. But I don't know. I'm not going to call them a liar. But anyway, so this structure has never failed me yet. Besides that one time, and I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. So what I do is I take a bamboo skewer. We'll work with this cake. You're good. I'll move this. Well, I insert it in the middle of the cake to see how deep it is. I just put my thumb right there at the edge of the cake, and then I'll make a mark. And that tells me how deep my cake is. Now the trick to this is you need to make, this is a dowel. It's a 1/4-inch dowel. I just bought it at Hobby Lobby. And I just line it up to this. Line up my lines, make a little mark. And I bought this. You could probably use many things to cut this, but this is a PVC pipe cutter. It's just what I use. And there's a lot of ways to do everything I'm showing you probably. So don't take my way as like the only way. This is just the way I do it. Make sure there's no splinters or anything on there. You can put your cake pan on this to make sure you know where the next tier is going to go and draw a line. Just put that on there and just kind of draw a line on your frosting. And then I would make marks. You can put these on top of each other. Just fold them over like that and squish them. And put them on here. Okay, so what was I even saying? Oh, I would take my skewer, and I always put as many dowels as the next tier is in inches. Like this is a 9-inch cake, and the next tier is going to be a 6-inch cake. So I would put 7 dowels in this cake to support it. So I'll just make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 4. I'll just make 7 little holes to kind of give myself a pattern, and then I'll just start inserting the dowels. And I already cut a bunch because that took me a long time in the last class too. But the key is to make sure they're all the same size. It doesn't matter if your cake's not exactly level. Don't cut the dowels according to your cake, because then when you stack the cakes up, it's going to be like wherever the shortest dowel is, it's going to be crooked. I'm just inserting, got 2 more to go. Right. If you guys can see what that looks like. All right, and then you'll take your next tier and you'll just put it on top. Now if you have a frosting cake underneath, you can just put it on top. I usually just press it down just a bit and make sure it's in the center. And I've already doweled this tier, so it's got 5 dowels in it, because the next tier is 5. I'm going up 3 layers, so you can see it's not hard. It's a 5 layer and this one, if I had some, I would normally put some frosting right here because it's a cardboard against a fondant. It's not really going to stick, but I'm not going to worry about it now because I'm about to do a center dowel. All right. Okay, make sure it's in the center, and this is definitely critical. Did you finish already? Oh, that's fine. Do you want to make some more, or you can quit if you want. You have to roll it out. Do you know how to use that? Just smush it down, turn it on, and then don't put your finger in there. Okay, so I usually get a little bit thicker of a dowel. It's a 1/2-inch dowel. I have one already cut. Yes. And I'll put it against the cake, and I want this to come up from here to halfway through this cake. So I'll just kind of measure that roughly, and I'll take my handy dandy PVC pipe cutter and cut it. It's a little bit harder because it's thicker. Of course, this side happens to have a sticker on it, which we do not want in a cake. You know what? Just gonna cut this side. All right, and you're supposed to have a pencil sharpener to sharpen this, but of course I forgot that. So I'm just going to do it with this. It's not the easiest way to do it. Okay, so this is roughly sharpened. And then the fun part. I know. I told Charlotte in the last session, she's like, what's the hammer for? I'm like, when we're done, we're going to smash it. And she's like, no. So I put this in the center of the cake, and I can just push it with my hand until I hit my first board, which is right here. And I can usually get it through the first board with my hand. There you go. All right. sometimes you can do it with your hammer, sometimes you can cut more flowers if you want. And then I'll just use this. Just be careful. There's nothing like a cake that's been smashed by a hammer when you worked so hard on it. So just be careful and patient. Just see there, I slipped. And what you're aiming for is that cake board on the bottom, and I'm going to tell you what that's made of in just a second. When you hit it, you can feel it, and you can hear it. And then you want to smash what you sharpened through the cake board just a bit. All right, you do have a hole here, but you can take a little bit of fondant and just put it right on there, and nobody will know the difference. Now this cake is pretty sturdy. It's not going to fall over. Okay? Thomas it. I have 3 minutes. Okay, the last thing I wanted to talk to you guys about is gum paste. Gum paste is like fondant, but it dries really hard, like a rock. And it's a really cool medium for cake decorating because you can make really fun stuff out of it, like this. So how did I make this? All I did was printed out a template on the internet, just like this, cut it out with my scissors. I rolled out the gum paste, which you can also buy at Michael's, by the way, by Wilton. I took my X-Acto knife, cut the pattern out. Then I took what I cut out and put it on this, which you could use a bowl or cup or whatever shape. Set it down, let it dry overnight, and that's what came out. And to get it the gold color, this is another really cool product, but you cannot buy this at a craft store. You'd have to order this and go to a specialty cake store, which if you want to know where they are, I know where they are. This is called dusting powder, and you would just put a little bit of dusting powder and mix it with just a few drops of lemon extract. Mix it up, makes a paint. Take a paintbrush, paint away, and you have gold. You have a gold crown. And that's how I also made this wand. I just actually used a cookie cutter, cut out 2 stars of the gum paste, put a stick in it, put some water on it, stuck it together, let it sit flat overnight, and it's hard. It's not going to break. And that would be really cute somewhere on that cake. You can also make monograms. And I have a Cricut, so I cut these out with my Cricut, but you could also open Word or Pages and, print a letter and cut it out and then put it on the gum paste. Cut it out with your X-Acto knife. I cut 2 out, just like I did with the star. Put the stick in the middle, put some water, let it sit overnight. And you could just insert it right into the cake, and it's not moving. It stands up straight. You can also make bows, which is super easy. It's not going to fall or sag. Paper's stuck in there though. But you just cut out a strip like we've been cutting out here. Fold it over in the middle and put a little strip right here. Put some paper towels in there so it didn't fall out. Let it dry overnight. You have a bow. And that was supposed to go eventually right there. But we're not going to have time to do that. Okay, what have I forgotten? Where's my list? Okay, the cake board. I think we're out of time, but I'll tell you anyway. The cake boards, which is this board here that the cakes are sitting on, I made them. I don't buy them because they're way too expensive. Now, I did buy this gold one just because I was lazy last night and I didn't feel like making another one. But it's made out of foam core, which I don't know where my foam core went. Here it is. This right here. All I do, I glue 2 of these together so it'll be more stable. Then I'll take whatever I have that's like the size of my board that I want, and I'll put it on there and trace it with a pencil, and then take one of those straight edge knives and just cut it out. And then I'll hot glue a piece of ribbon to the edge. And then you have a beautiful cake board that you can customize to match your cake in any color. And I don't think you can see this one, but that's all that is foam core. And it's super cheap, and you can just toss it away, and you don't feel like you spent like $3 on one of those. And you're like, I want to save all these and wash them. But anyway, well, I think that's about about it. I did want to mention I had somebody say they didn't know how to achieve red frosting. So I just wanted to say that real quick. First of all, use the gel color I said from Hobby Lobby and put it in there until it turns that pink color that drives you nuts because you put the whole bottle in there and it still stays pink. But do that, make it pink, and then let it sit for 3 hours to overnight. Come back to it, put just a little bit more red in it. It'll turn as dark red, just like that. So yes, that's like a cake decorating problem, is how to get red. But anyway, I don't know if anybody has a quick question. I think we're out of time though. I know I just loaded y'all up with a ton of stuff. But anyway, here's the instructions on everything I talked about, and my recipe for red velvet cake is on the back if you'd like to take one home. And I thank you guys very much. It was fun. I did that one. It's good. Just put it over here to dry.
Revelation 5:11 through 13. And I beheld, and I heard the voice of many angels round about the throne, and the beasts and the elders. And the number of them was 10,000 times 10,000, and thousands of thousands, saying with a loud voice, Worthy is the Lamb that was slain to receive power and riches, and wisdom and strength and honor and glory and blessing. And every creature which is in heaven and on the earth and under the earth and such as are in the sea and all that are in them heard I saying, Blessing and honor and glory and power unto him that sitteth upon the throne and unto the Lamb forever and ever.
Your glory is shining brighter than the moon and the stars. Marveling, we honor
you can stand up and join me as we sing When I Survey the Wonderful Cross. When I survey the wondrous cross on which the Prince of Glory died, my richest gain I count but loss, and pour contempt on all my pride. See from his head, his hands, his feet, sorrow and love flow mingled down. Did e'er such love and sorrow meet, or thorns compose so rich a crown? Oh, the wonderful cross! Oh, the wonderful cross bids me come and die and find that I may truly live. Oh, the wonderful cross! Oh, the wonderful cross! All who gather here by grace draw near and bless your name. Were the whole realm? Were the whole realm of nature mine, that were an offering far too sweet. Love so amazing, love so amazing, so divine, demands my soul, my life, my all. Oh, the wonderful cross! Oh, the wonderful cross bids me come and die and find that I may truly live. Oh, the wonderful cross! Oh, the wonderful cross! All who gather here by grace draw near and bless your name. Love so amazing. Love so amazing, so divine, demands my soul, my life, my all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Okay. I think I'm on. Am I on? Am I good now? Okay. All right, we're going to have a special game for just the pastor's wives. And here's the game. It's going to require you to come up on stage. We will ask everyone a series of questions. And if you can answer yes to the question, you are going to have to move one seat to your left. If you cannot answer yes, you will be sitting still and someone will be sharing a seat with you.
Okay,
Steph's
so
gonna
we
go-
picked out 7, and if for some reason you feel unable to share your seat or want to pass it to a church member, feel free. Like Keela, I think you can handle it, but if you need Dawn to step in, I'm fine with that too. Okay, so Stacy Howarth, come on down. Lauren Howarth, oh my goodness, Carpenter, come on down. Betty Lelia Gardner, come on down. we picked a few that we thought might not care, get upset we didn't know. So Keela can come on down. Joy Troyan. Katie Irvin. Okay. You were picked. Okay. Did I miss somebody? Joy Sanko? Is she in the building? Okay. She's here.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, and ladies, the point of the game is whoever can get to their seat, your original seat, the first, you will be the winner. Got it? Okay. Okay. Move one seat to your left if you washed your hair this morning. You go around.
Yay!
Do you want to do any?
It's okay. Okay. Okay, if you have dyed your hair only to find out it was the worst idea ever, move a seat.
Move one seat. So, all right.
Everybody likes dyeing their hair around
Okay,
here.
all right. All right.
Okay.
One seat to your left if you are fluent in another language.
Watch the baby. Okay. Okay. You move to your left if you have ever been lost while using directions from your husband.
You move together.
If somebody doesn't move, then you have to just share. I don't know. Okay.
Move one seat to the left if you have ever watched an entire season of a show in 2 days.
Okay. Move to your left if you had time to make your bed today. Did everybody move? Okay.
Almost. Move one seat to your left if you have hugged someone today.
You have to let her sit on your lap, Miss Betty. Okay. If you have ever worked at a fast food restaurant, move to your left. Okay.
Do more. There you go. There you go.
Oh, she won. Miss Betty won.
You're back in your original seat. Oh,
Nice.
you're the winner.
Woo!
Miss Betty.
All right. How many of y'all are enjoying our conference so far? Yeah? Good. Okay, at this time, we've prepared another video, and it's our missionary wives talking about their yoke fellows. And it's really kind of a tribute to the yoke fellows to thank them for all that they've done for them and for their prayers. But I just want to explain a little bit about the yoke fellow ministry so that you can kind of understand what our church does here. And we hope that maybe your church would be able to do something similar. And I know some of you do. Sometimes it's an adopt a missionary or whatever it may be. But it comes from the verse in Philippians 4:3 that says, "And I entreat thee also, true yoke fellow, help those women which labored with me in the gospel, with Clement also and with other my fellow laborers whose names are in the book of life." And so Paul, when he did his missionary journeys, he had several yoke fellows. The Bible talks about Epaphroditus and Barnabas and other ones that journeyed with him. And they stood behind him and helped him all the way. And I want to just share with you very quickly a Facebook message I got from one of a missionary wife that I'm friends with, nobody that's affiliated with Vision Baptist Missions, but it was very sad because she's new in her country, a different language, a different culture, and she feels very alone. And I thought this would be good for all of you to hear so that you kind of see the heart behind the Yoke Fellow ministry that we have here at our church. It says, "I was surprised at the people who we had close friendships with in our church, stopped keeping in touch very quickly. Other than the info in our prayer letters and at other times when we need them, that's all they know of us. They don't call to check on us or even make sure things are going as they should. For example, the language learning. That really surprised me and hurt. But the Lord is helping me so much to figure all of these changes out. And she goes on to say, the pain of leaving loved ones, everything familiar, going back, they don't call, going back to school as a wife and mother to learn a foreign language, and also feeling forgotten by those you thought would be holding the rope for you. But Christ is so worthy, and he stepped into the pain so that I could be with him one day. One thing he has impressed on me this year is that he is enough. And she does have a very good attitude about everything that she's going through, but missionary wives, missionaries, need a yoke fellow. They need somebody that's back in their home church, somebody that's keeping up with them and talking to them, even daily. We have no excuse to not talk to them when we have, especially smartphones. It's so easy to get on and send a Facebook message to somebody and just encourage them. But specifically, in our church, we have a missionary hooked up with a church member, and they have become good friends. And like they talked about in the panel for the Yoke Fellows, that it's almost become like, it was like a dating relationship at first because they didn't know them very well, like the Gibbies with the Holts. They didn't know them very well, but they went out to eat and got to know one another, and little by little, and visited them on the mission field, and just such an encouragement to them. And a lot of these missionary wives need this. So this video just shows you a little bit, maybe will give you some ideas of a little bit about our Yoke Fellow ministry here.
She's at her home church, New Baptist Church. I just wanted to share with you how our Yoke Fellow is such an encouragement to us. Her name's Miss Betty Gard, and she's at her home church, New Baptist Church, and she just takes time to write to us, and she lets us know she's praying for us faithfully. And here recently, before we left for the field, she got together a birthday present for our son Eli because she knew she'd miss his birthday. And her husband are just such a blessing to us, and we love them dearly.
My name is Beth White, and my family and I are missionaries in Cochabamba, Bolivia. The past couple years, we have been blessed to have two single ladies as our yoke gals, Sherry Penland and Cardina Reese. I've been so thankful that they've been able to be a part of our family and our ministry. Just a few ways that they've been a blessing to us is writing us and talking to us on a weekly basis, Skyping with us. Last year when we took our furlough, Sherry met us with baskets full of yummy things for our children and for my husband and I. Cardina took our children out for ice cream, and then afterwards took my husband and I out for ice cream and some time of fellowship. There's been many ways that they've been a blessing to us, but I think the biggest blessing has been that they just keep up with what's going on in our ministry and with our family. They love our children. They take time to speak with them and know what's going on with them and with my husband and I. Thank you, ladies, for being such a blessing to us and to our ministry. We love you all so much.
The Yoke Fellow Ministry is a ministry that's really special to us. We have wonderful Yoke Fellows, and they've done so many things that have encouraged us throughout the years. I would think one of the greatest things that they've done that has really encouraged us is just visiting on the field. We were privileged to have our Yoke Fellows with us for several weeks a couple summers ago, and it was just wonderful getting to show them the city that we love so much and the city that they've been praying for, and to just introduce them to people that they had been praying for by name so that they could put a face with the name and just being able to share our entire life with them for a few weeks and for them to see it firsthand was just such a special, special thing for us, and it's something that we certainly will not forget, and we are just really grateful that we had that privilege. So that's one of the things that our Yoke Fellows have done for us that really, really, really encouraged us. And I know it's not something that everyone can do, but if you're able to, as a Yoke Fellow, visit your the couple you work with on the field, it's such a special experience and so encouraging for the missionaries. So that's just one thing I wanted to share with you about the Yoke Fellow Ministry, and one thing that has really blessed our family.
One of my favorite things about our Yoke Fellow is Yvonne will text me every so often just to check on how we're doing and to see how the family's doing, or if something's going on to let me know that she's praying. And she gets up really early in the morning, so I get texts earlier than most people are awake in America, so that's kind of nice. Also, when we just came into the States for a short visit, they prepped the house and kind of got everything ready for us. Special treats that we love, so that was a blessing. And then also they just connect with our kids, just like grandparents, and it's really a blessing for our kids.
Hi ladies, Crystal here from Dalian, China. The biggest encouragement I think that I've gotten from my Yoke Fellows, I've had the privilege of having actually two families from Vision, Catherine Rastelli and Micah, and also Elizabeth Ewing and family. And if you're there, hello from China. I love you both. But the biggest encouragement I think has been that they have both been there for me to share prayer requests with. Aside from getting packages and just chit-chatting, I think the biggest thing is that they've been there for me to go to with personal prayer requests, big prayer requests, personal prayer requests, mainly the tough things that I've really needed prayer for, and they've been there for me to go to and ask for prayer. And that's just been so encouraging to me to know that they have taken an interest in my life and have brought my prayer requests to the Lord. And so that's been the biggest encouragement for me.
Maria Morgan does, it really encourages me, maybe she doesn't even realize it, is her just having great attention to detail. Anytime I've asked her to pray with me about something, things as maybe as simple or silly as where my kids are going to go to school, to bigger ministry concerns and things in the church or people I'm discipling, she always keeps a running list of prayer requests and people, and anytime we talk she mentions those and asks me about them specifically. And I think that that's really encouraging, and I really appreciate her and the way she cares about us and even our day-to-day lives, and I really appreciate how she believes in us and our ministry, and that really shows through. And I just really appreciate her and her attention to detail.
Okay, so we want to just say thank you all to those of you who are reaching out and working with our missionary wives. It's such a blessing, and so sorry to be so emotional, but we also wanted to do a slideshow. We are so grateful that you guys would come out and spend the day with us. It's just a wonderful privilege to have you with us. So we've done a little something. We want you to know that we know that God is working on the mission field, and he's working all over the world, but we know he's working in your ministries as well. So we've been a little sneaky, and we've stalked some of your Facebook pages. We would love to have stalked every single one of your pages, but we've taken the time to stalk as many of the pastors' wives here as we possibly could. And we want to show pictures of you all in action too, and God working with all of you, so that we could see that God doesn't just work on the mission field, he works right here with all of us, and he's growing our people and our ministries as well. So thank you, ladies, for coming out. Thank you.
Behold the author of our salvation, of freedom, no condemnation. Shall we now fear? Our shame is silenced. Your love has triumphed at Calvary. Come and see what God has done. Come and see what love has won. In this place, hearts and lives waking up to the light of the world. You're the light of the world. God, it's your love here on display. We stand in awe. It takes our breath away. God, it's your love here on display. We stand in awe. It takes our breath away. Come and see what God has done. Come and see what love has won. In this place, hearts and lives waking up to the light of the world. You're the light of the world. In this place, hearts and lives waking up to the light of the world. You're the light of the world. In this place, hearts and lives waking up to the light of the world. You're the light of the world.
Well, hasn't this been an awesome conference so far? I wasn't able to be here last year because I was in Chile where I belong, but I'm happy to be on furlough and to be able to participate, and really honored to be able to stand up here and try to teach something. So I really want to have some fun. I'm hoping that you will let me have fun because it's the only way I can not be so nervous that I just want to go crawl under a hole somewhere. But I think we are going to have fun. We might get some exercise. We're going to have a little mini Greek lesson. But the most important thing is we're going to learn something from God's Word, and hopefully something that we can apply to our lives so that we can leave here changed. That is the goal. So first, I want to ask you a question, and I'm going to ask you several questions, and I really do hope you'll just shout out answers because I really need your participation. We're going to put up a picture here to start out, and I want to ask you what you think of when you see this. Can you go ahead and put it up, the number one? Nike, right? Nike. Okay. So when you think of the word Nike, what comes to mind? Just shout out whatever comes to your mind. Just do it. Okay. What else? Shoes, sports, all that, right? Does anyone here know what the actual word means? Why Nike chose the word Nike to represent their company? It's pretty cool. We want to go to the next one. If you can see that, Nike actually in the Greek means, well, there's two words. They're basically the same thing. The first one is nikaio, which means to conquer, overcome, prevail, get the victory. Does that make sense for Nike, doesn't it? And the second one, you actually say it Nike. Nike means conquest, victory. I'm trying to figure out the best way to put this on my shirt here. Let's see if that goes any better. I hope I'm not too flashy. I got that little fashion tape to hold this together and might pull it open. We'll see. Yeah. So pretty cool, huh? Nike has a pretty interesting name. The truth is there was actually in ancient Greece a goddess, a winged goddess of victory, and her name was Nike, and that's where they got the name Nike. So I guess you're probably thinking, why are we starting out with this? I think you're starting to see the relation, and don't worry, I'm not going to try to convince you that you're a goddess. We think we are sometimes. I know I act like I think I am sometimes, but we're not. We're not goddesses. The world wants us to convince us we are. They try to get us to think that we deserve things like a goddess does. And Nike certainly uses this original Greek word to make women think they are goddesses, but we're not. But what we are is we are conquerors. We are conquerors, and I'm going to show you why in just a minute. So, another question. What language was the New Testament written in? Greek. Okay, so we just had a little Greek lesson. They kind of stole our Greek word there because in Greek, we'll go back to it again, we've got the two words, Nike and Nikaio, and it shows up a lot in the New Testament, and I think that we can learn a lot from that. So let's take another look at these words, but let's do it from a biblical perspective. Let's go to 1 John 5, 4 through 5. If you don't have time to turn, don't worry, because everything's going to be up here. It says, "For whatsoever is born of God overcometh." That's the word Nike, or Nike. We'll just say Nike. It's easier for me to pronounce. "For whatsoever is born of God overcometh the world." Who in here is born of God? Who in here has accepted Christ as their personal Savior? Raise your hand up. Great. Okay. So whatsoever is born of God overcometh the world. And this is the victory that overcometh the world, even our faith. Who is he that overcometh the world? But he that believeth that Jesus is the Son of God. So raise your hands one more time if you have accepted Christ as your Savior. You're a child of God. Good. Well, that means that you are an overcomer. You have to have a victorious life. You're a victor. You're an overcomer. And we can translate that conqueror, victor, overcomer. So every one of us in here that just raised our hands, by definition, we are conquerors. Whether we decide to act like it or not, we're conquerors. We are women behind the scenes. We're designed to be helpers. But don't misunderstand that term thinking that you're just some kind of downtrodden person in the shadows. You can be a woman behind the scenes and a conqueror at the same time. You can. Sometimes we have a misconception of our spiritual life. We think, there's some of those super spiritual people that actually do have victorious Christian lives, and then there's kind of just like the rest of us that go along struggling, trying to make it. But that's not the way we ought to think, because the Bible defines us in 1 John 5:4, all of us who've accepted Christ, as conquerors. We are conquerors. So what does it mean to be a conqueror? What exactly does it mean? It's not too complicated. It just means that we're going to live a victorious Christian life because we've been born of God. We're not blinded anymore. Satan does not have any control over us. And through Christ's victory on the cross, we can have victory too. This passage is a little long, but it's key to understanding this. Philippians 3, 9 through 14. Can you even see that? Can you read that? I hope it's not too much. And being found in him, not having my own righteousness, which is of the law, but that which is through faith of Christ, the righteousness which is of God by faith, that I may know him in the power of his resurrection and the fellowship of his sufferings, being made conformable unto his death, if by any means I might attain unto the resurrection of the dead, not as though I had already attained, either were already perfect, but I follow after, if that I may apprehend that for which I am also apprehended of Christ Jesus. Brethren, I count not myself to have apprehended, but this one thing I do, forgetting those things which are behind, and reaching forth unto those things which are before. I press toward the mark for the prize of the high calling of God in Christ Jesus. Here, Paul gives us a really good example in Scripture of what it means to have and live a victorious Christian life, to be conquerors. Those are synonyms. So it's not too complicated. Does everybody understand what I'm trying to explain here? Right? Good. Does it make sense to you? It makes sense to me. I know it. I get it. So let's just go out there and do it, right? Wrong. We can't just go out there and do it, and we constantly fail at it, or at least I constantly fail at it. I know who I am in Christ. I know who I am. I know the truth. So what is my problem? What is my problem? Why can I not just live it? Why can I not just every day of my life, all the time, feel victorious and be victorious and act like the conqueror that the Bible says that I am? Why can't I do it? There are times when I feel like a victor. There are times when I feel like I have overcome. times like this, in this picture. This is a picture, two pictures. This is a picture of me with a very sweet young lady that I love very much. Her name is Allison. She's in Chile. When she first started coming to our church, she comes from a very broken home. A lot of really bad things have happened to her in her life. She came with a lot of really, really deep misconceptions about who God is and what God does and who Satan is and what Satan does. I'll leave it at that. It was rough. The first time I got together with her, I called Jason on the phone afterwards and I said, whoa, I thought this was going to be easier. She's got a lot of issues. I'm just not sure how to help this girl. And like Jason always does, he gave me great advice. And he said, don't focus on all the weirdness. Just pump truth into her and love, and she'll figure out where she's wrong on the other. So the other picture is Jason giving her a certificate when she finished her basic discipleship, which was a great day for me. And that day that she was at my house a week before then, sitting on the back patio, drinking sweet tea, which she's learned to love like a good Southerner. At the very end of our very last lesson, she said, Lori, I have to say something. I want to say something. And she's very shy. She goes, I just want you to know I'm so embarrassed and ashamed of the things I said about God when we first got together. I understand now that none of that was possible, and I get it now. And in those moments, I feel pretty good. I feel like a victor. I feel like God is really using me. And I love those moments. I love them. But you know what? There are a lot more moments in my life that are not like that than are, unfortunately. There are a lot of things that make me feel like a loser, not a conqueror. And I still know the truth, but there's parts of my life that just aren't really fun. Honestly, there are things that we have to do in our life. It's not really fun. It's not something we put on Facebook. It's not something that we wake up looking forward to when we get out of bed in the morning. And in those moments, I don't feel like an overcomer. I just don't. Moments like these. Moments like this next picture. Doing homeschool in a hotel room, yeah? Doing homeschool in a hotel room. We've been doing homeschool in the car. And my little Andrew, I love him. He's my youngest. My first two, they never even hardly need my help, but poor little Andrew needs it a lot, and we struggle. And I don't feel like an overcomer when I'm trying to help him learn. I don't. It's hard. And this next one, I definitely don't feel like an overcomer here. I'm trying to be real with you ladies. This is my real life right here, okay? Ironing. Amber Tubby, I know you're watching. She says, I love to iron. I don't love to iron, but I do iron a lot of stuff. She says, hey, you even iron blue jeans. I'm like, I only iron blue jeans if they have a line when they come out of the dryer where the line's not supposed to be, you know? But I do a lot of ironing, and there's me ironing in Miss Rhonda Gibby's house that I'm currently living in, my awesome yoke fellow. And there's my big, huge pile of laundry after camp, picking the kids up from camp. I do not feel like an overcomer in that moment. I don't like laundry. And so those are very difficult. And I know you all feel the same way. I know I'm not the only non-super spiritual person. And I know that you all, does anybody here love laundry? Because if you do, you just need to leave. You can't be here because you'll make all the rest of us feel bad. But I know you're in this, no way. Okay. Well, we could talk later. Maybe you can change my attitude. I don't know, though. I'm pretty convinced it's not going to change. So you know how it is. Facebook paints a different picture. We only show our good side. We want everybody to think we're overcoming all the time, but when we really know each other and we really look at it, it's not always that way because a lot of stuff is just not super enjoyable. It's just not. So how are we supposed to have the victory in these moments? Feeling like a victor or a conqueror when I am facing all that laundry is just unrealistic. It's not real. But I don't want to lose hope because there is some hope, and we're running this race. Paul is talking about pressing toward the mark. I love that scripture because I got to keep pressing. I can't give up. I've got to keep pressing toward that mark. We are running a race. We're running a race. Our lives are a race. We're running by ourselves to this race. And we have a lot to get done. We've got a lot to do, and we can do it like an overcomer. In just a second, I'm going to have Mackenzie. Well, let me just get Mackenzie to come on in. Where is Mackenzie? She's going to help me. She's got the gear on. You see Mackenzie? She's already. Mackenzie, how long have you been married? 14 days. Mackenzie just got married. I needed somebody to help me do some athletic type of things, and I haven't exercise since I've been in the States, and I've been eating a lot of fast food, and I thought, you know what, I'm not going to try to tackle this on myself. So Mackenzie is going to help us out a lot. She is going to run several races for us, and these races are going to represent our lives, the race that we are running. I'm hoping you think it's funny because it's supposed to be, but and for Mackenzie, when I asked her to do this, she thought it was going to be really little. She didn't know she was going to have to do all she's going to do, but I think she's going to make it. I don't know who's more nervous about this, me or her, so we'll see. Anyway, Mackenzie is going to start her race back in this corner every time, and I want you to try to make an effort to look at her, but we're going to hear her thoughts out loud as she's running this race, and she's going to give us several examples, and this is her finish line. And this is going to represent our race that we run as God's children. Now, the first time she runs this race, she's going to run it like how we think it should be, like in some imaginary cartoon. Has anybody ever watched the Lego movie where the guy goes, "Everything is awesome"? Yeah, well, we know that everything is not awesome, but she's going to run this race, and she's going to run it just like we think it should be sometimes. Go ahead, Kenzie, run. We're waiting. Mackenzie needs, we need to be able to hear her thoughts. So we're
Great plan for my life. Everything is awesome. I am the champion of the world. I am woman. Hear me roar. God is amazing.
Okay. Now, I know that's goofy, and she's doing such a good job. She did not want to make a fool of herself, but she's going to by the end of this, so that's fine. But if only that were the reality, if only that's how life was, just happy all the time, you know, everything's just great. If only we didn't live in a broken, fallen world full of sin, and if only we weren't one of those horrible sinners, right? So the truth is, some of her thoughts were true. God is amazing. And everything can be awesome sometimes, but some of her thoughts weren't quite just right. So that isn't how we run the race like a victor, but we will see in just a minute how we can. So how can we conquer? How can we conquer? And just like God always does, He gives us the exact instructions we need in His Word. I mean, every time that we have a doubt about how to overcome something, how to live our life, it's all written right down for us. And there's a perfect scripture in Hebrews 12, starting with verse 1, that explains all this. I'm going to read the whole thing, and then we're going to break it down piece by piece into 4 pieces, and Mackenzie's going to run 4 more races to show us some things about how we can run this race like the conquerors that we are in Christ. So Hebrews 12:1 says, "Wherefore, seeing we also are compassed about with so great a cloud of witnesses, let us lay aside every weight and the sin which so doth easily beset us, and let us run with patience the race that is set before us, looking unto Jesus, the author and finisher of our faith, who for the joy that was set before him endured the cross, despising the shame, and is set down at the right hand of the throne of God. For consider him that endureth such contradiction of sinners against himself, lest ye be wearied and faint in your mind." So here God gives us everything we need to hear, and it's a lot. So we're gonna divide it up to help us remember, and all this goofy illustration is to help you remember, to help me remember. It helps us remember. So Mackenzie's going to run again, but before she starts running, let's remember, right now she's running by herself. And I said earlier, we're running this race by ourselves because we're running our own race, but we know as we run this race of life, we are not alone. We have people all around us. And I said in the other session, and it's so true, as women, as believers, God wants us to have people around us. He did not design us to live in solitude. And as women, we are supposed to be the main cultivators of compassion and community in our local churches. It's just how God designed us. And so we have a lot of people around us. We have some people that are running with us. We have some people that are running sideways, and we could run into them. We have people actually trying to trip us sometimes, and we have people running in the opposite direction. So she's running this race, but there's a lot of other things going on that we're not going to be able to see in her illustration. So let's take a look at the very first part of this verse and let Mackenzie explain it to us. Wherefore, seeing we are also, go ahead and go to the next one. It just shows that one part of the verse there, Courtney. Wherefore, seeing we are also compassed about with so great a cloud of witnesses, it says, let us lay aside every weight. Okay, Mackenzie, go ahead and run your second race.
I can tell my parents aren't getting along. Looks like a divorce is coming. That's going to cause so much heartbreak. My husband has a great job right now. The end of the year reviews might not go well. How will we live if he gets fired? I feel so trapped in this addiction, but it's only pain pills.
No, that one's not for now. That one's for later. Okay, good. So there she's talking about weights. When she's illustrating it, holding a weight, it really slows her down. And the first weight that we need to really let go of is the weight of tomorrow's troubles. We spend so much time worrying about what is going to happen, and it weighs us down. It keeps us from being able to run the race like we need to run the race. And in Matthew, verse 6:34, or chapter 6, verse 34 says, "Take therefore no thought for the morrow shall take thought for the things of itself. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof." And isn't that true? We got enough going on today to deal with. We don't need to be so anxious and worried about tomorrow. Another weight that we have is the weight of wasted time. The weight of wasted time. We've got a race to run. We've got things to get done, and we waste a lot of time. How many of y'all can give me an example of one of the ways you might waste time or you've seen other people waste time? Watching TV, Facebook. Facebook's a big one for me. I have taken it off my phone, put it back on my phone. I take it off my phone, and then I go to Safari and go on Facebook on my phone. And then I'm like, this is too hard, so then I just put it back on my phone. They need to have some kind of app, which probably exists, and if it does, you can tell me later, where you can limit your Facebook time on, what else? TV, Facebook, what else? Anybody got another thought? Oh yeah, Katie's telling him Mom, it's popping open. Anybody? Yeah, the lapel, I'm opening the wrong way because I can't clip it the other way. Any other things about wasting time? How about romance novels? How about video games? Reading too many unimportant books. I mean, there's just so many ways we can waste time. Social time with people that really has no eternal value. You know, hanging out with your neighbor and never having a conversation about God, just having a good time. I mean, yes, God wants us to have fun and relax, and not everything has to be about evangelizing the world, but we can't waste all this time. It's a weight. So the weight of wasted time and the weight of tomorrow's troubles. Now let's go to the second part of the verse that talks about another issue that would help us to be able to run this race more like a conqueror. "Wherefore, seeing we are also compassed about with so great a cloud of witnesses, let us lay aside every weight and the sin which doth so easily beset us." So here we have weight, and now we've got sin. And sin really bogs us down. Sin really bogs us down. So let's have Mackenzie run one more time, and let's listen to, we already got a preview of it, but let's listen to it one more time, of the weight of sin.
I feel so trapped in this addiction, but it's only pain pills. I want to get help, but I don't want to be identified as an addict. It's not like I went out looking for illegal drugs. It was just so hard to stop after the surgery.
See there now, we're trying to run the race, and we have all this sin in our life. And that one I picked on purpose because it is kind of a secret sin that probably some of the ladies in this room might even have. Pain pills, the opioids. It's a big deal in our culture now. And a lot of us are living with these sins that we just don't ever really take care of. We don't ask God to really just help us conquer them. And because of that, we can never run our race like a conqueror. But addiction's not the only sin. We have the sin of bitterness. You know, our husband has hurt us or someone else has hurt us, and we are not forgiving. We think we have, but we really haven't, because that root's deep and it's down in there, and we cannot let go of that bitterness. It will keep us from running a victorious race. That is another sin. Jealousy. Jealousy is a sin. We have to call it what it is. It's a sin. We can think, oh, if I only had a decent car like such and such, you know, then maybe things would be better. And we can't get up to a good sprint. We can't do a good, victorious run for Christ because we're weighed down with all this sin. So we have to treat that too. Let's move on to the third one. Down further in the verse it says, and this one is what I struggle. I struggle with all of them. If I wasn't struggling with this, I wouldn't be teaching on it. I usually teach on what I'm struggling with. So there you go. You know exactly what's going on in my life right now. Number 3, and let us run with patience. With patience, the race that is set before us. Okay, Mackenzie, let's run it again with patience.
God, why are you doing this to me? I just want to be done with this illness. Why does the treatment have to be so long? Why aren't you answering my prayers? Will my child ever live for you again?
You know, we all have expectations for things to happen on our timetable. I know I do. And it seems like I am just really at the beginning of this. I'm turning 40 this year. We've been in Chile for 11 years, and I'm starting to learn, you know, God makes me wait on purpose to do a work in my life. I always want things before God is ready to give them to me. I'm always ready for a trial to be over before he sees fit for it to be. Any kind of project we do in the ministry, almost always God wants me to wait. He wants me to wait. He wants me to have patience. James 1:4 says, let patience have her perfect work, that you may be perfect and entire, wanting nothing. Patience has a specific job in our lives. That's basically what this is saying. Patience has a job in our lives. It's all a big, important part of God's plan in sanctifying us, for us to have to wait and to exercise patience. And when we're impatient and we grow weary of waiting, then we can't run that race like we should, and we can't be the conquerors we should be. Okay, one more negative run. Mackenzie, it was so funny because she was recording these. She's like, it's easy for me to sound depressed, but at the end she has to sound happy, and she said, that's kind of hard. she was kind of joking. Okay, so let's do one more run, Mackenzie. This last kind of negative run she's going to do for us. All right.
Look at her. She has this year's tennis shoes on. And look, she's running at the same pace as me. She's getting so much further down the road. I mean, I wish I could look as graceful as she does when I run. Everyone is cheering her on, but no one even notices me.
Okay, let's look at the last part of the verse. Sorry, Courtney, I got these confused a little. Looking unto Jesus, the author and finisher of our faith, who for the joy that was set before him endured the cross, despising the shame, and is set down at the right hand of the throne of God. For consider him that endured such contradiction of sinners against himself, yes, lest you be wearied, just like you can be, and faint in your minds. So we've got to keep our eyes on the prize, which is Jesus. If we get all the rest of this right and we still don't have our eyes on Jesus, we will not be victorious. And having our eyes on Jesus, I don't know about you, but both of my eyes have to be looking on one thing. I can't be looking at Jesus with my left eye and looking at the girl who's doing everything better than me with my right eye. I have to be focused on Jesus. And if we're focused on Jesus, a lot of this idolatry that we have in our lives will just disappear, because you can't look at two things at once. So we have to keep our minds on Jesus, not looking at others, as she illustrated, and also not looking too much in the mirror at ourselves, because we can become our own idol. If we care more about it, if we don't die to self, then we become an idol in our own lives, and we're not looking at Jesus like we should be. So who are you running against? You're not running against the girl that's trying to trip you. You're running your own race. You are running your own race. You're not trying to beat anybody. You're just trying to get to the finish where Jesus wants you to be. John 21:22, I love this scripture because Peter's asking Jesus about what's going to happen with John, because we know he was Jesus' favorite. And I'm sure Peter was jealous. And so Peter asked him a question, what's going to happen with John? And Jesus says, if I will that he tarry till I come, what is it to thee? Follow thou me. And he's saying, dude, why do you care about him? Just follow me. Just follow me. And I know in my own personal walk, if I feel like somebody is trying to attack me, or, you know, all this drama, Maria, you helped me a lot in your lesson. You really did. And she talks so much about how when there's conflict and there's not peace, Satan is so happy because the focus is not on Jesus. It's on each other and that conflict. And it is impossible for us to have a victorious Christian life if our eyes are on other people and they're not on Jesus. So those are 4 things that we need to try to implement. These are a lot of challenges. I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, if it was easy, we would all just say, okay, we've learned this. Let's check it off. It's learned. Let's put the chip in our brain. We now have this knowledge, and we're never going to mess up again. It doesn't work like that, unfortunately. We have to continue to press into it, like Paul says. So we've got a lot to do, but God has provided ways for us to overcome. And we have to overcome. Because if we don't overcome, we're stuck. We're God's children. So he's identified us as overcomers, and we have to overcome. And if we don't, what's the alternative? Well, the alternative is not pretty. And we can find it in Revelation 3:15-16. And it's where they're talking about the church of Laodicea. Rosie just helped me to learn how to pronounce that again in English. I haven't said that in English in a really long time, and I'm not even sure I said it right. She said, I don't know, because Brother Gardner says it different. I said, yeah, he's got my same problem. So you tell me how to say that. Anyway, so he says to them, I know thy works, that thou art neither cold nor hot. I would that thou were cold or hot. So then, because thou art lukewarm and neither cold nor hot, I will spew thee out of my mouth. So basically, this church was lukewarm, and most of us are too. And I can tell you that I get sick of myself. I get sick of living a lukewarm life. I'm a missionary on the mission field. You might think everything's awesome in my life, but it is not. And I get very lukewarm. I don't run my race like a conqueror most of the time. And I'm tired of doing that. I don't want to be that way. I want to act like an overcomer because I am one. I want to have vigorous faith. I want to have spiritual zeal. I want to have an intense love and passion for Christ. I want to not be complacent. I don't want to be half-hearted. And I really don't want to be comfortable. And here in the United States, that's a big problem because we are very comfortable here. Trust me, when you step out and come back in, you can really see just how comfortable it is. We're comfortable, we're careful, we're insured, we're protected, and all that is a great recipe for lukewarmness. And we can fall into it. It goes on to talk about in Revelation about this church not even seeing its own spiritual condition. And we can fall into this lukewarmness and not even realize it. And I tell you, in my personal walk with the Lord, that's my worst fear. Psalms talks about asking God to show us sins that are even hidden from us. And my worst fear is, I know what my problems are. I know a lot of my problems, and I got a lot of them. I'm continuing to try to work on all these things. But I think my biggest issues are probably the things that are hidden that I don't even see. And I'm always asking God to show me. So how would you describe? I'm going to have somebody hand out some Nike swooshes. We're going to try to do this really quickly. It might seem a little silly, but I think this is also going to help you remember this. We're going to hand these out. And as we're handing them out, I want you to think about, how would you describe your spiritual condition? Are you living like the conqueror that you are? Whether you act like it or not, you are one. So on the front, when you get it, if you have a pen, write, I am, with capital A-M, I am a conqueror in Christ. Write that on one side. And then on the other side, do a self-evaluation. How is my spiritual condition? How would Jesus describe my spiritual condition? Think about it. Through these runs, did you identify with anything that she said? We need to see God for who he is, and we need to be vulnerable. We need to go before the Lord totally exposed, and we need to ask the Lord to show us where we need to work. And when we see it and he shows us, we need to attack those things diligently if we want to run a victorious Christian life. And I do. I am tired of not doing it, and I want to, but it's work. So in closing, I want to ask a question. Why can we conquer? We know that we are, and we've seen how, but the really important thing is, why can we? How is it even possible for us to conquer? Well, we can conquer because Jesus was slain on the cross. Now, I know at first, and when you first hear that, that didn't sound much like a conqueror, someone that's being slain. And it's so interesting because Jesus actually shows us the true definition of what a conqueror really is, which is totally against what our world makes us think a conqueror looks like. Jesus laid down his life and he suffered. And through that, he had his greatest victory, and he became our conqueror. And our conquering is patterned after Jesus' conquering. The Bible lets us know that very clearly. There's one truth that I am just now starting to get. I'm still trying to really, really fully understand it. That if we could all understand, I think it would change our lives. It's this. Our sufferings, the things that we go through, they don't keep us from being conquerors. That's not the problem. They are actually the biggest part of God's plan for us to make us a conqueror like him. Do you understand what I'm saying? Sometimes we think, well, I could be a conqueror if only there weren't all these problems. But those problems are what makes us a conqueror. You can't conquer if you don't have a battle to fight. You're not a conqueror unless you're in a battle. And Jesus has already done a lot of that work, all the work to make us conquerors. And we have so many promises. We've got one I want to share with you. Revelation 3:21. To him that overcometh, I will grant to sit with me in my throne. That overcometh is the Nike word again. Even as I also overcame and am set down with my Father in his throne. Have you ever seen that promise? Have you ever noticed that? God grants us the ability to sit on his throne with him. That's a pretty big promise. And there's lots of promises in the Bible if we live a victorious Christian life. There's a little chorus that goes like this. I'm not going to sing it. I'm just going to read it, and you'll be happy. We are more than conquerors through him who loved us so. The Christ who dwells within us is the greatest power we know. He will fight beside us, though the enemy is great. Who can stand against us? He's the captain of our fate. Then we will conquer, never fear. So let the battle rage. He has promised to be near until the end of the age. We are more than conquerors through him who loved us so. The Christ who dwells within us, the greatest power we know. Ladies, we're not goddesses. But because we have a great God, we can conquer. We can. So let's watch Mackenzie run this race one last time the right way. And this time she's going to get to run it with her very new, wonderful husband. And we're going to pretend that he is Christ. Okay? So she's going to run this race one last time with no words, no thoughts. We're just going to watch her run this race with Christ. Very good. I think a little of that foot mark got on the paint. No, I'm just joking. Now that's the best picture. That's the picture we need to have. That's the picture we need to have. So much of all this is just resting in his arms. So much of it is. He's in control of every detail of our life. Two more verses and we're done, or two more scriptures and we're done. Romans 8:37 through 39. Nay, in all these things we are more than conquerors through him that loved us. For I am persuaded that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other creature shall be able to separate us from the love of God which is in Christ Jesus our Lord. So let's go out there and let's show the world that we are conquerors for Christ. Even in the little things. On laundry day, God help us all. On those little things when the car breaks down, but on the big things. When we're living in that very difficult marriage that we know we need to keep going forward, but it's just so hard. Or when you're caring for your aging parent. Let's be conquerors. Acts 20:24. But none of these things move me. Neither count I my life dear unto myself, so that I might finish my course with joy in the ministry which I have received of the Lord Jesus Christ to testify the gospel of the grace of God. Do you know at Vision we love missions? It's our heart because it's God's heart. There is a world around us that is lost and dying and going to hell. And one of the main reasons it's not being reached is because we women are living some lukewarm lives. And we need to stop it. I need to stop it. And we need to start acting like the conquerors that we are. Let's pray. Lord, thank you so much for this opportunity to teach, and I pray that you just use your word in our hearts to help us to apply all these truths to our lives and help us to live like the conquerors that you've made us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Grace so much for that
We'll just have a few last minute things before we are heading home. We're going to have our door prize drawing. So I'm going to have Steph come up and I'm going to draw first for the teen basket. This is specifically for teenagers. It's the white basket that's right up on top of this modesty railing here. And I'm going to just not even look. And so this is Autumn Price of Blythewood Baptist Church. Okay, so how we will work the remaining 14 is I will call your name. Don't do anything right this second, but after we close, Miss Betty will come, and we'll have Miss Maria come with one final announcement about the Bible study, and we'll have Miss Betty come and close things out, and after that's done, then you 14 ladies can just come up to the prize table and just pick whichever prize you like the best. All right, so number 1, Catherine Elrod. Number 2, Lynn Canup. Number 3, Tabitha Barrow out of Heritage Baptist. Number 4, Lizette. Number 5, Barbara Coffin. Number 6, Risa Canfield. Sorry, I did not rig that. That's my mother-in-law. I apologize. Number 7, Maggie Hill. Number 8, Michelle Aguilera. Number 9, Paula Larson. Number 10, Faye Watson. 11, Stephanie Bird. 12, Hannah Ewing. 13, Shirley Petty. 14, and the final, Heather Elsie. So you ladies come up this way, Miss Maria and Miss Betty.
All right, so we are picking for a free, outrageously fruitful Bible study.
Mary Johnston.
Mary Johnston. You can come to the table afterward. Thank you. And one more. And one more. Just 2. Yep. Thank you.
Deanna Bowman. Glade Baptist.
Excellent. You could just come over to the table. So again, the Bible studies are outrageously fruitful. It's going to be an 11-week series that will be on Facebook Live. So it starts September 7th. All you need to do is come over and register, and you'll get all of the information via email. It is about the fruit of the Spirit. So I really appreciate all you ladies. I've seen the fruit of the Spirit alive and active here today. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. I really like this earring, but only one will not do. If you want to give me the other one, I'll take them home. But it's somebody's missing a nice golden leaf earring. Okay. We'll talk to you later. Okay. I want to thank y'all for coming. I want to ask you to do a couple of things. As you leave, there will be a basket in the lobby. There is a survey in your little packet. It won't take but just a second if you haven't already filled it out. But if you have, would you please place it in the basket so that you give us an idea of how we can better serve y'all better next year. And I would like you also have another sheet in there. It's a save the date, August the 26th, 2017. And come see us. We should be in our new building and we will have a great time. We will actually have classrooms we can go into. It's going to be wonderful. So come help us celebrate our new building. And I wanted to say thank you to every one of my precious ladies, young ladies, girls at Vision. I don't know what we would do without them. I am one of these pastors' wives. I can't do this. I don't decorate. But I've got precious, precious people that do. And I am so thankful for all of their hard work. I am so thankful for y'all giving up a whole Saturday to be with us and to travel And I really, really, I just thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I pray that you'll have safe travels home. And I just wanted to leave you with, well, and I took my marker. Anyway. 1 Samuel 12:24. I just want you to take that home with you. And now I have to put on my eyes. It says, only fear the Lord and serve him in truth with all your heart. For consider how great things he had done for you. He's been so good to us. Thank you so much for coming. Let's have a word of prayer. Safe travels home. Be very careful. Dear God, I thank you so much for all of your blessings on us. I thank you for each one of these precious ladies that are here today. I pray, God, that I know you've touched my heart. I pray that we'll go home full, and Lord, that you will help us to minister to others there in our churches, and Lord, that we will honor and glorify you with each one of our lives. In Jesus' precious name, amen. Thank you, ladies. You're dismissed.
Glorious and mighty.